Can anyone hear me?
No, but Ray, did you call Robbie? If McDonald's, he has questions about streaming app.
I'm on Zoom. I just need to make sure I can hear.
Everyone saying
Well, but that's to you directly. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Then I'll be quiet.
Good afternoon. I'm calling to order the Panama City Commission meeting for December 16th at 4:30 p.m. We're going to start off with an opening prayer by Reverend Heath Toss, Senior Pastor of First Presbyterian Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Brian Granger. Please stand.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, I just thank you so much for your kindness. I thank you for the spirit of the season that we're in, Lord, of love and hope and joy and peace. And ultimately, I'm so thankful for you sending just the greatest gift that you could ever give to us of your Son, Jesus Christ, Lord. I thank you for the kindness to Panama City, the way you've preserved us and watched over us for so many years, and the way you give us these elected officials, and the way you watch over us and continue to protect us, Lord. And so I ask that as we have gathered tonight, I ask that you give our elected officials wisdom, give them a spirit of unity, give everyone here calm hearts and minds, and help us to go where we need to go in this city, Lord, and go before us and continue to bless us. Jesus, we love you. We pray all this in your name. Amen.
Amen. You'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please call the roll.
Mayor Branch,
Present.
Commissioner Street,
Here.
Commissioner Hughes is joining online. Does he need a
Here,
screen on?
present.
There we go.
Yeah, he needs, if Mr. Hughes could, there we go.
There he is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lucas,
Present.
Commissioner Granger,
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. You've received the meeting minutes from November 18th. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Present.
Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or modifications to today's agenda?
Yes,
We
Mr.
have-
Mayor. Oh, go ahead.
Excuse me. We
Madam
have, we
Secretary.
also have the special call, City Commission meeting minutes of December 1st, Mayor.
We have two sets of meetings.
Yes, sir.
All right, do I have a motion to accept the December 1st special call city meeting?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Good call.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes
All
5-0.
right, now do we have any additions, deletions, or modifications?
Let you go first, Madam Clerk.
Yes, please, Mayor. I'd like to request that we defer the charter officer evaluations until I have received them all. I have yet to receive
Who
them all.
might be the person remaining with their evaluations?
Do you want me to say?
We won't say. We won't say who's late on their homework. Yes, you want to move that off of, table it?
Table it until I receive all the evaluation
That's
forms.
in the consent agenda, item, okay.
9L is in Lima.
9L, so we'll move that. Any other changes?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, item 7C is in Charlie, 7D is in Delton, 7E is in Edward, regarding 3719 Shoreline Circle. The applicant has requested through the Development Services Department that we table this issue and have it returned date certain at the second meeting in April, which would be April 28th. Again, that's items 7C, D, and E regarding 3719 Shoreline Circle. And then I have one more addition underneath the city manager. I would like to add 12N as in Nancy, a request of FDOT on behalf of this commission to added crosswalks for safety to discuss at the end of the city manager's portion, Mr. Mayor. Those are the ones from staff.
All right. Motion that we table 9L
Yes.
till the second meeting in January. That we will table 7 Charlie, Delta, and Echo until the second meeting of April, and add 12 November for a discussion on FDOT and crosswalks.
Just for knowledge, the second week in January, I'll be at a state transportation board meeting, so I will not be there. So,
Yeah, given
yeah.
the the content of that, I mean, we don't have to discuss that. It was just more of a charter evaluations.
Okay, I just didn't know if you guys wanted to delay until February or if you
Yeah,
guys
we'll
wanted
go
to handle the first meeting.
Do you want us to?
Yeah.
And if you want me here, yeah.
All right, let's push it to the second of, or the first meeting in February.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be 9L.
Motion amended. Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Happy holidays from the city of Panama City. In observance of the Christmas holiday, all city offices will be closed beginning at 2 p.m. on Tuesday, December 23rd, through Friday, December 26th. Normal business hours will resume on Monday, December 29th at 8 a.m. Residential and commercial garbage will run as normal on Christmas Eve, but not on Christmas Day. The claw truck will not pick up bulk garbage on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. And in observance of the New Year's holiday, all city offices will be closed beginning at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, December 31st through Friday, January 22nd. Normal business hours will resume on Monday, January 5th at 8 a.m. There will be no commercial or residential garbage collection and no claw truck for bulk garbage on New Year's Day only, January 1st. The Panama City Commission will hold a housing workshop on Monday, January 12th at 4:30 p.m. This workshop aims to learn about the community's needs, discuss the resources available through the city, and explore future options and direction for the city's housing services. The housing workshop will take place here at the Bay County Government Center in room 1030 on the main floor. Citizens who are unable to attend may watch the meeting live via the city's website. The city is proud to announce the date for the grand opening of the MLK Junior Recreation Center on Friday, January 16th from 4 to 8 p.m. And what a grand celebration it will be. From special guest speakers to live music and food, come take a tour of the new and improved facility and campus as our community joins for a celebration of this momentous occasion for our city. Save the dates for another round of Dover Cole Downtown Marina Charrettes, Wednesday, January 21st through Friday, January 23rd, 2026. A schedule of events and sessions will be confirmed and shared soon, but the event will take place at Panama City City Hall. For more information, visit panamacity.gov. The Panama City's Charter Review Advisory Board is actively engaged in a comprehensive review of the city charter, an important governing document that hasn't seen a full revision since 1963. And Panama City's Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee is aimed at gathering community input regarding parks under consideration for potential liquidation. We strongly encourage and desire public input and participation for both initiatives. Your voice matters, and we welcome your feedback. For more information on meeting times and locations, please visit the city's website at panamacity.gov. The holidays can be a busy time of year, but never miss a beat with the city. Sign up for City Communications to get important updates straight to your inbox or text to your phone. From the monthly newsletter to real-time alerts, stay informed and engaged with what's happening in your community. Scan the QR code or visit our newly designed website at www.panamacity.gov to sign up today. That's all our announcements. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Ethan Brown, come on down. Ethan's going to be giving us a Parks Recreation Advisory Committee update. Good evening.
Good evening. Do I need to do the address thing or anything like that?
Sure.
Ethan Brown, 920 Mulberry Avenue, Panama City, Florida, 32401. I'll keep this under 82 minutes. So, now we have been busy at work. We got started in August. I was appointed as the chairperson unanimously. I did not have a vote in the matter. And so we've been tasked with, from the previous commission in January of 2025, and so the majority of y'all were not on that vote, but the ultimate objective is we've got a bunch of mediocre parks, and we either have to increase the budget to have a bunch of really high quality parks, or we consolidate and make a slight reduction and increase the quality of the parks that are currently being utilized. We have over the last few months, identified, we've got 3 different brackets of high resistance to liquidation, medium resistance to liquidation, and low resistance to liquidation based on the feedback from current committee members as well as feedback from their constituents in a way. Putting it on the record, Truesdale Park and Robert Mary Cain Park was not on our docket. That was stuff that pre-happened, whatever the words are for that, prior to our committee being formed. And so those are not discussions that we are having. We do have parks in Wards 1, Wards 2, and Wards 4, that are under the low resistance category, where we will be holding some town halls in January and early February to discuss the future of these specific parks. We will be advertising these over the coming weeks. We will have the meetings in each ward specific to each park and focusing on each park. If the park is not listed on the agenda, we will not have that discussion so that we can have an efficient and effective town hall. And we would like to ask, the committee asked me to ask the commission to put a pause on any new park P3 ideas until after our process is completed so that it does not potentially hinder our efforts. With that, we would also ask a 6-month extension from our current 6-month tenure so that we can, at the end of a 12-month period, have very thorough and quality recommendations for the commission. I think that's all I've got.
Awesome.
Any questions for me?
Any questions?
Going once, going twice.
Yeah, do we have to have a motion to extend the committee?
I believe we do. The minutes had it 6 months, and so the request is to extend it another 6 months. It could be done at this time if the commission wishes to.
Yeah. And just to restate that, Robert and Mary Cain Park is not on the list of even discussion, nor is Truesdale.
Correct.
So I would be in favor of no P3s or disturbance of those other parks until they've weighed in, but those 2 parks that we're discussing now are not a part of your discussion. So
correct.
I'm also in favor of giving them more time where they can do their job and have enough public input.
So I would concur with that, Mayor, and unless there's an objection, would move to give the committee what they've requested, the 6-month extension and the pause on P3s while they do their work.
I'll second.
Just for clarity, that would be through June 30th. I think the expectation would be, we'd like a presentation at the second meeting in June on kind of what their recommendation is. Is that just to give a very firm expectation of the committee?
Ideally, if you guys could give us some feedback prior to budget process would be helpful.
Say 3 months in?
So, yeah, I mean, yeah, if we get like a half through your session, just an update, and then
Would
a
you like
final
a
report
preliminary?
being vetted by that point in
Would you like a preliminary report after our town halls?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nice.
that'd be great.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So,
And encourage everybody to participate in the town halls. So just the more people that can come out and participate, the more than likely the best outcome.
Correct. Absolutely.
so for clarity, is the motion a moratorium on all P3s for all parks, or is it just for those specific parks that we have named?
No, all parks.
All parks?
Yeah,
Okay,
those
I'm just-
2 named are excluded because they are not part.
No, I'm asking about the P3, not doing a P3 on any park, or not doing a P3 on just those 2 that we've.
Just not having a commission-led discussion until after the Parks Committee is finished with our process.
Okay,
Any
so-
park.
Any park? Okay, the only thing that makes me concerned is the conversation that you're having with Sanders Soccer Club and any potential unsolicited offers we get about Truesdale and the path forward. That kind of snuffs it off, at least, I mean, what, for 3 months, or, I mean, we can always lift it, I guess, I don't.
I would say we shouldn't do anything until you guys have done your community input
Yeah.
sessions and going through that. I think that's a prudent
I
course.
do want to remind the mayor and commissioners, staff did get direction to negotiate with Girls
I
Inc.
can't
I
hear
can
you.
barely hear you.
We can barely hear you.
I do want to remind the mayor and commissioners that the staff did get direction to negotiate with Girls Inc. on the piece of property adjacent to Oakland Terrace.
Yeah.
and to lease Oakland Terrace to Girls Inc. in exchange for that property. So we're still, just wanting to make sure you guys know that's out there as well.
Would that take place before they finish their community charrettes?
They have to know their destiny no later than April. And be in place in May of next year, because their lease at Oakland Terrace School ends, I believe, before next summer starts with the school system.
So what I'm getting at here is in the report, they have identified 2 low resistance candidates. Well, if somebody comes to us and says, hey, we would like to do a P3 for the Kid Harris Park, for example, looking at it, it was a food, where you grow food. Garden Park, I forget the name of that. Community garden, thank you. And if somebody were to come to us and say, well, hey, we want to do a P3 there, we've already said no today if we move forward with that. So my concern isn't necessarily for the process of Truesdale and the process of the Mary Kane Park. My concern is the fact that if we move forward with this, we're going to be cutting out all the other parks.
Correct.
So that's really my concern here.
So the only thing I'd add with what you're saying is that's not gone through public feedback yet. So there may be something with Kid Harris Park that we're unaware of that we haven't. So I think that at least at the bare minimum, we need to let them get through their community charrettes. And if we want to set like a 3-month timeline, I mean, I don't think anything's going to change in 3 months. So, I mean, from a perspective of if you've got something to engage in on that, you can wait 90 days, I would assume.
So is a moratorium on P3s for 3 months, or is it for 6?
On whatever park facilities are within you guys'
All of them are under their purview.
One clarification and a suggestion. The clarification is the Girls Inc. is the building, the club, the Oakland Terrace building, not the entire park facility. It's just working out an arrangement, if possible, where they could utilize and do programming within the existing Oakland Terrace building. Another suggestion I know is that potentially, if the commission just was proactive in letting the committee know when it is having discussions about potential P3s on parks, I think that might go a long ways also, as far as they would feel like they're engaged in the discussion. But that wasn't their specific request.
Any other discussion?
Question.
Do you want to amend your motion, or do you want to?
I didn't motion.
So,
I'm still fine with your wording.
Yeah,
So-
oh, that's right, you didn't.
And so I think that when you guys come back with your next presentations, if we feel like we need to change something in that, I think we can. But, you know, I think it'd be good to get through the public feedback and let you guys have your charrettes.
There's another discussion?
and a question about the Girls Inc., is that an expanded usage? Or a total, we're talking about them having total control over that building?
We're still negotiating, but I want to make sure if the desire of the commission is to not do that until for 90 days, they need to know their destiny sooner than later.
Yeah, so I would think that we would not want to make a decision up here that stops something that's already in motion, given the urgency that Girls Inc. has to find a place. So I can exclude that from my motion.
And for additional information, this would not be permanent. It would be for a period of time equal to the land value. And then this buys them some time to find another location.
Yeah.
And just for clarification, that's because Girls Inc. is losing their facility due to the Oakland or the St. Andrews School, what used to be Oakland Terrace Elementary School, being demoed for the relocation of Margaret K. Lewis. So.
Correct.
Are you okay with the amended motion?
I am.
All right, please call the roll.
So I have 6 months extension and a pause on P3s for any of the parks except for the Girls Inc. property.
So to be clear, we have said 90 days or 3 months, but what you're reading is 6 months.
6
for
months
both.
extension for the committee, plus the P3 moratorium until the charrettes, until they come back with their report after the charrettes.
Okay.
90 days.
Is that right?
Yeah, 90 days.
Okay.
All right.
That's it.
That work?
Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
He's frozen.
Commissioner Lucas.
One question. You said the charrettes.
Yes.
More of a town
Jan, I
hall.
have a question.
Town Hall Forum.
Excuse me, the charrettes, is that for the parks or the P3s? Does that include just parks or does that include everything? Because we got other things that are P3s going right now.
These are only items as relates to the work of the Parks and Recreation Committee. So parks that they are looking to divest, they want
Good.
community input. Those meetings take place in January.
That's fine. I'm a yes. I'm a yes.
Very good.
I'm a yes. That
Commissioner-
answers my question. I'm
Thank
a
you. Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. 6A.
Off to the next
Item
meeting.
6A is the second and
Thank you,
final.
committee.
Item 6A is the second and final of two public hearings on ordinance 3285, an ordinance amending Chapter 102 Administrative Processes, Article 2 Development Review Procedures, Section 10237, Final Site Inspection and Acceptance, Chapter 110 Supplemental Standards, Section 110-1 Determination of Density, Chapter 111 Subdivision of Land, Chapter 116 Definitions of the Unified Land Development Code. Relevant background information is enclosed in your packet. This is the second and final of our two hearings. Staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services is that the Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Just as a reminder, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, we did add the appeals process to this commission as requested. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, this is the public hearing. If you wish to speak about item 6A, please come to the podium. Anyone on 6A? Seeing none, closing public comments. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve, but I'd also like to make a comment. Just for
Second.
Yes.
All right, my only comment is I think this is a bad policy initiative that took place at the state level to remove from the elected body the ability to approve and deny plats, which is one of the mechanisms we use to ensure that we've got public spaces, as well as other amenities in whatever development comes to the city. So, but I do appreciate staff putting in the best efforts that we can to provide our citizens an appeal process, should one be needed.
Any other discussion?
So staff brought this forward because of an initiative by the state legislature, so.
Any other discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'd like to read title of the adopted ordinance 3285, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Panama City, Florida, amending Chapter 102 Administrative Process, Article 2 Development Review Procedures, Section 102-37, Final Site Inspection and Acceptance, Chapter 110 Supplemental Standards, Section 110-1, Determination of Density, Chapter 3, Subdivision of Land, Chapter 116, Definitions of the Unified Land Development Code relating to the subdivision, combining, and platting of land, providing for modifications, repealing cause, severability, codification, and correction of scrivener's errors, and providing an effective date.
Item 6B is consideration to conduct a second and final reading and public hearing on ordinance number 3297 that adopts the Panama City Community Redevelopment Plan amendments and comprehensive updates. Relevant background information is enclosed in your packet, as this is the second and final reading. Staff recommendation through the City Manager's Office and from the CRA Board is that the Commission conduct a second and final reading and a public hearing on ordinance 3297 that adopts the Panama City CRA Plan amendments and comprehensive updates. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, this is a public hearing. If you wish to speak about item 6B, please come to the podium. Anyone on 6B? Seeing none, closing public comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has adopted ordinance 3297, an ordinance of City of Panama City, Florida, adopting the amended and updated Panama City Community Redevelopment Plan, providing for expansion of boundaries of redevelopment areas, providing for community redevelopment plan amendments, providing for extension of the termination date, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Item 6C is the first of two public hearings on Ordinance 3294, an ordinance amending Section 102-40, conditional use permits, or CUPs, on Section 104-66, the Gateway Overlay of the Unified Land Development Code, or ULDC. As background information, ordinance number 3294, as proposed, will amend Section 102-40, conditional use permits, and Section 104-66, Gateway Overlay of the Unified Land Development Code, by allowing for certain conditional uses in the Gateway Overlay District. The proposed amendment will allow several currently prohibited uses, such as bail bonds, pawn shops, bottle clubs, etc., in the Gateway Overlay as conditional uses. The amendment provides for specific standards for conditional uses. This item was previously reviewed by the Planning Board on November 10th of 2025, and the Planning Board recommended approval unanimously. Staff concurs with this recommendation. This item was tabled at the November 18th, 2025 City Commission meeting to the December 16th, 2025 meeting here today. The ordinance proposes the following uses be subject to conditional use permitting within the Gateway Overlay. You have the extensive list of 15 different items in front of you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. You also have the following documents: the ordinance, which is 3294, the staff analysis report and recommendation, and staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services and the City Manager's Office is that the City Commission conduct the first public hearing here today. And also, if there's just an opportunity to discuss, kind of how we plan to address this at the first meeting in January with the 15 different proposed CUPs. Mr. Mayor?
This is a public hearing. If you want to speak about item 6C, please come to the podium. Anyone on 6C?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask if City Manager would say what the Gateway Overlay is. We have many folk in the audience who aren't usually here, and so they may not understand what this is.
Sure. So the Gateway Overlay in our city is, areas through some major roads, US 98, Business 98, MLK Boulevard, to name some, and Beck Avenue, 11th Street as well. And so inside the Gateway Overlay, there's certain restrictions, there's certain expectations that we have in regards to fences and what type of businesses and what type of structures are there in order to, kind of protect and really put forward, kind of a slightly narrowed scope of what's allowed, again, in some of the major thoroughfares of our city. And so there is a feeling that, again, at times, as we seek to continue to recover from both Hurricane Michael and Hurricane Sally and look to the future in our city, that maybe we do need to provide a little bit more flexibility in order to encourage development. And so we put forward suggestions from the public as well as the 5 elected officials, certain conditional uses that could be allowed inside of the Gateway Overlay, subject to the approval of this board. And so I'm happy to read those proposals well. I initially skipped over them, but I'm happy to share for the benefit of the public kind of some of the ideas that we've suggested. Okay. So
that also includes Harrison Avenue down to the marina, correct?
Yep, Harrison Avenue as well, yes.
All the way down to the marina.
Any business commonly known as check cashing or any business which is a material part of its services provides future employment wages or other compensation, payday loans, payday advances. Number 2, pawn shops. Number 3, bail bond agencies. Number 4, bottle clubs. Number 5, standalone car wash facilities, excluding express and conveyorized automated tunnel car washes. Number 6, dispatch office and vehicle fleet parking, storage, and maintenance operations. Number 7, recreational vehicle sales, storage, repair, except for projects approved by the City Commission. Number 8, vape shops and stores. Number 9, window tinting. Number 10, formula-based businesses. Number 11, drive-throughs. Number 12, bars and nightclubs. Number 13, self-storage facilities. Number 14, gas stations, service stations. And number 15, pharmacies and dispensaries. These are numbered by Roman numerals, and I didn't miss a beat. I was going to
bring that up. I was actually going to say that.
Ms. Lewis Williams, I did remember some stuff from high school. So.
Any other questions up here?
Just as further elaboration on how a conditional use works as proposed in this ordinance, there is a description of the district on page 4 of the different areas like 15th Street, Harrison Avenue from 15th Street to the Marina, 23rd Street, US Highway 98, Highway 390, Highway 77, Highway 231, and 11th Street. But a conditional use, in order for it to be granted, there must be shown by a preponderance of evidence that all of the following is met, which is a conditional use shall not be located within 300 feet of an existing use that is the same or similar. The conditional use shall not be located within 100 feet of any other existing conditional use. The conditional use shall be compatible with the adjacent land uses. The conditional use shall limit signage to a single wall sign not to exceed 60 square feet in size. The conditional use shall be prohibited from constructing or utilizing freestanding ground signs, and the conditional use compliance with all design standards are provided in the gateway overlay. So there are conditions that are set out that they would have to apply to be eligible for conditional use.
Thank you. Come on up. Good evening.
Gregory Dawsey, P.O. Box 35894, Panama City, Florida 32401. Now that I know what the gateway overlay is, I like to add massage parlors to that. There's one that appeared on my street corner, and I brought it before the City Commission previously, which is at 12th Court and MLK Boulevard. And that's definitely not a place, and it's parallel to a church. And that's definitely not a place for a massage parlor to be. I believe, they can have them, but in the proper places. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good evening.
Hello. Anyway, Brenda Lewis Williams, 2748 Oak Hammock Drive, Panama City, 32401. Understanding what the overlay is, one of the things, I disagree with Mr. Dawsey, that's a legitimate business. I've been in it. It is a legitimate business. It's not there for prostitution or anything else. It's a legitimate masseuse parlor. And I disagree with him. I'll reiterate that. But listening to what the city manager said, and everything that the overlay cannot have, this is negating any African American businesses on Martin Luther King coming down 11th Street. Take a look at it. You cannot have them there because you have so many restrictions. What's wrong with the bail bonds? We have one down there. What's wrong with he gave something else, I don't remember, but all the ones that as I listen, you're negating public and entrepreneurship in that gateway area, to me.
This would allow it, ma'am.
It didn't seem like it.
No, we're moving in that direction.
Okay.
Yes.
It didn't seem like it.
Sorry if I was not clear, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no, you
Yeah.
weren't. Okay. And then I'll stand back, and if it's going to allow it, wonderful. If not, it needs to be shot down.
If they vote to approve this ordinance, that's what it would allow.
Okay, very good.
Anyone else?
I have a question for Nevin. When you say that distance mechanism that you use, is that front door to front door, or is that lot line to lot line?
We can clarify that before the final, but I believe it's lot line to lot line.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Dolores King, 2538 West 9th Street. So I live on Business 98. And so I am curious, Business 98 between Frankfurt and Beck Avenue, back there right close to Truesdale Park and Oaks by the Bay Park, is that included in this? Because that's a residential area. I mean, I know it's not. I know it's Business 98, but that is truly a residential area. And so this, what you're saying is this would allow these businesses or not allow these businesses?
Well, 11th Street is definitely in the gateway overlay. The question is Chestnut, 9th, and Frankfurt and Beach Drive? I know Beach Drive is, and I know Beck is. I believe
But
it
Ninth
does.
Street?
I believe it is all of Business 98. I'd have to double check, but I'm 90% sure
It
that
is
it
Business
does.
98. I know that for
Yeah.
a fact because I live on Ninth
Yeah.
Street. It's Business 98 there.
No, I'm saying the gateway overlay is on top of Business 98. So it is past Beck, 10th, Chestnut, 9th, Frankfurt, Beach Drive. All of that is in the gateway overlay. Yes, ma'am.
So you're saying that these businesses would be allowed?
On a conditional use.
Okay, I would be
potentially.
strongly opposed to any of those businesses being allowed on Ninth Street. Is there a way to exclude Ninth Street? Because if you look at Ninth Street from Frankfurt to, all the way to where it goes to Chestnut and Beck, that area there is it's a residential, historical residential area. And we really need to preserve that. We don't need to turn it into businesses.
Yeah. Obviously, zoning plays a factor, and I failed to mention that. So it would have to be zoned appropriate as well. So if it's a residential area, there's even more restrictions than that. So it would have to be appropriately zoned, and then also in order to be put in the gateway. So the gateway overlay is an additional restriction on top of the zoning. So in order
Okay,
to allow,
because-
just to clarify that.
Because
Yeah.
recently that changed to the St. Andrews
Yes, ma'am.
neighborhood zoning, which would be different than what you're talking about here.
So again,
The zoning would take precedent, is what you're saying?
that is correct.
Okay.
The gateway overlay is an additional set of restrictions, so even if they were to approve that, it would require rezoning or something, which is a whole nother process.
Okay.
It'd be good to have a map going forward for these kind of things too.
Yeah, I was looking for a map because I can't remember.
Yes, ma'am, come on up. We're talking about gateway overlays.
Yes. Michelle Bryant, 409 East 9th Street. My question, one, I think that's a great addition, maybe for some neighborhoods to offer those opportunities. My addition to that is, are you looking to add different type of structures? I've met with you guys before about an entity that we're looking to build on the road, and one of the questions was the type of building. One of them is the metal style building. What I've seen on the 11th Street corridor in the last 3 months, a new metal building go up, and I was in question of that because that was something that was not allowed on the overlay according to the conversations that I've had with the city. In addition, on 11th Street, there are current metal buildings, an electric company right before you get to Mulberry, and the building that is currently the metal building is across from Rosenwald and a daycare center. So just want to see if that's something you guys are looking to invest in, and if not, why wouldn't we want to look in expanding the type of buildings on the overlay? Thank you.
So I was able to find the map, Dolores. 9th Street is not in the gateway overlay, just so that you know.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue, Panama City. Have y'all taken Sherman Avenue out of this? One time y'all were putting Sherman Avenue in this overlay pass. Going to Millville, old Millville. Everybody go forget about Millville. Millville is older than downtown Panama City. That's where the town began it. Another person I want to ask you, because y'all never give an answer, and I don't think that's fair, or that's right. You got a building, I brought it up to you before, they're at 98 Cactus Avenue on the water side, and it's a shed. And I think somebody's trying to put an office there. Now, and I'm gonna say it again, you don't want folks to have a trailer, but you gonna allow a person to stick a shed on a piece of property where you won't let the person have a trailer that they can live in. There's something wrong with it. Now, it looked like they're trying to pull something over our eyes. They just say there, and then eventually anybody say anything about it, well, no, you look at it now. I don't think whoever put in that building there, you would let me take my shed and take it down on 98 and set it up. Inside, I'm gonna start me a business in it. That's all it is. You can say whatever you will or may. It's nothing but a shed that somebody's trying to put into an office. Now, y'all go by 98 Cactus Avenue, look there and see, you'll see that building. They done added to it now. They added a little walk area coming up to it. And I think everybody's trying to get something put in, and then think somebody go forget about it, it's there. If you go out, you let one person do something, you might as well let all of us do it. You ain't gonna study. Nobody should be exempt. Don't make no difference who it is. If it was me, if you got your law, go by your law. If you're not gonna go by your law, take it out of your law.
Thank you. Anyone else? Gateway overlay. Seeing none, closing public comments. Mr. Zimmerman, 6C.
Mayor, may I ask a question? May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry that I'm bouncing all over the place here. Is it possible that we have a discussion about shrinking the gateway overlay? Does anybody feel like that it encompasses way too much? It even goes back into residential neighborhoods because it goes 400 feet off of the commercial corridor. And I think we should not interfere with residential areas. And I think that the commercial and the gateway overlay might encompass entirely too much area of our city. Is that a conversation we can have now, or should we have that at the next meeting?
I would rather have it where you bring a map of the area you're talking about and the specific uses, and that way we can deal with realities and not hypotheticals and have a clear picture of what we're discussing.
It's not hypothetical. Drive down Harrison Avenue or Beck Avenue and go 400 feet off of either one of those roads, and that is your gateway overlay. And that is interfering with residential and mixed-use areas. But my point is, do we need all of these areas, all of this area covered by the gateway overlay? You and I were not part of creating this. And so this is a question that I've brought up. And if maybe it's a question that we have next go round, but I'd also like for Michael Fuller to weigh in and get his opinion on whether or not he believes that it might be, if it's too big or not.
So I'll just add, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, it doesn't apply to the residential lots, so it only applies to commercial. So, I mean, even if a residential lot falls into the gateway overlay, and that might have been what happened with the shed, I'm happy to look into that for Mr. Henry, but I'm not familiar with that specific issue.
The west side of Magnolia and like would be considered commercial, but not the neighborhood. But I think the point that I'm going to make that Robbie kind of touched on is, anytime that staff has a policy that was created years ago that is preventing something, I always want to know about that, because otherwise we don't know what to change that's stopping things. And so that's what I want to say, and bubble it up.
Yeah.
How about at the next meeting, can we start with an overlay of the map for everybody to see, including us, so that we know, and I'll be more prepared to talk about it then, Mayor. But I just want to bring that to your attention, because we might be able to help some of these issues by shrinking it down. So, but I'll be prepared then. Yes, sir.
I would just add that Jonathan read what will be allowed as a conditional use. There's a whole nother list of things that are prohibited from the gateway overlay, such as sexually oriented businesses, such as mini storage, there's a lot of other things that I think the residents would be more concerned about if that gateway would shrink. So just
okay. Well, my constituents are concerned about that. We've added pharmacies, and we've added drive-throughs, and we've added things that I think we need to be careful about trying to adopt something that takes care of one ward or a couple of wards, because we're affecting everybody. And my concerns are some of these additions are going to hurt, potentially could hurt Ward 1 and Ward 2 pretty easily. And I just want to make sure that we talk about those. So I'm not on board for these additions, but we'll have that conversation in the next one. So the prohibited uses, yes, sir, I agree. But the additions, I think we need to have more conversation about.
Well, we will. This is the first reading.
We will.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Zimmerman.
Okay. First reading, ordinance 3294.
Come on up. We're going to open it back up. Let's go. Yes, sir. Good evening.
James Baker, 3036 Game Farm Road. My main concern with it is that even if there is more stuff that might need to be changed later on down the road, I believe that this thing is time sensitive to more than one person and businesses, and that it is important for us to get through the first process of what we're changing now, and then if we need to address more changes later, then maybe that could be the case. Also, something to clear up is also that if someone was looking at a property and going to do one of these conditional uses on it, if they were to stand on that property and look around and say, okay, I'm going to meet all the requirements, it seems like they would still be on edge of if they can actually get the property and do it, if it's going to have to come before everybody and still be approved. It's hard to make a prejudgment on what you can do with knowing that you're not sure how long it's going to take to actually get in here and get approved. And if some stuff can be, I agree with, if part of it, the overlay could be smaller in some ways or whatever, maybe later down the road that maybe some of this stuff just wouldn't even matter at all because you could just get in there and use the property and not have to worry about the special permitting and stuff.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If I may add, Mr. Mayor, just for the benefit, I think a lot of people probably aren't here for this, but so a little bit of the background is, obviously, these are allowed. This is actually giving more flexibility. And the way this would work is that if someone did want to do one of these businesses inside the Gateway Overlay, they would work with staff. Obviously, staff would work very closely with the mayor and the commissioner of that particular ward, who would, hopefully advocate for that business if he or she so desires. So we're trying to give flexibility and not necessarily restrict it more. I think that's the way that we're wanting to put it forward, and the way that we want to execute this, in the future to encourage development in our city while protecting the Gateway Overlay.
The only thing I'll add is, and some of this has been shaped by our feedback. I mean, do I want to make it easier for gas stations and vape shops and more dispensaries in our city? And the answer is no. And I think these distance requirements is what prevents us from being oversaturated with specific uses. And so I think that there's a both and. I think, yes, there is some freedom that's being allowed inside of this, but there's also acknowledging the areas where there is too much freedom. And I think, just specifically gas stations is one that I hear the most complaints about from residents and the entire city, the entire time I've been here. And, and right now it's perfectly allowed. You can put a gas station on all four corners of an intersection if you want to, and we've got some of those. But at some point in time, we have to kind of say, hey, we probably need some spacing here so that we're not just saturating one neighborhood, one area with one specific use, and we have an opportunity for a variety of use. So, anyway.
Thank you.
Or maybe we let the market take care of things and not government control, one of the two.
Yes, sir.
I would like to read the ordinance title, ordinance number 3294, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Panama City, Florida, amending Chapter 102 Administrative Processes, Section 102-40 Conditional Use Permit, Section 104 Zoning District, Section 104-66 Gateway Overlay, formerly known as the Tourist Corridor Overlay, and Chapter 116 Definitions of the Unified Land Development Code regarding prohibited uses and conditional uses in the Gateway Overlay District, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Item 6D is consideration to conduct a first reading and public hearing to adopt ordinance number 3296, amending Chapter 17 of the Municipal Code, Protection of Public and Private Rights. As background information attached for the Commission's review is ordinance number 3296, as discussed in the City Commission virtual workshop on November 3rd, 2025. Updates to the special event ordinance have been necessary since the last revision under ordinance 3075, approved on October 11th, 2022. In 2024, the name of the overseeing department was officially changed from the Quality of Life Department to the Parks, Culture, and Recreation Department, and this ordinance updates that reference throughout the document to ensure consistency. Additionally, this amendment removes the previous classification of special events as small or large. Event categories will now be more clearly defined within the forthcoming Special Events Handbook, which will be presented under a separate resolution outlining all related revisions. Staff recommendation through the City Manager's Office is that the Commission conduct the first reading. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, if you want to speak about item 6D, please come to the podium. Anyone for 6D? Closing public comments. Mr. Zimmerman.
First reading, ordinance 3296, an ordinance amending Chapter 17, Protection of Public and Private Rights, separating into articles for easier interpretation, providing for definitions, providing for a more streamlined special events application process, providing which holidays special events are prohibited on, substituting the Quality of Life Department, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the severability of any part of this ordinance declared invalid, and providing for an immediately effective date.
Now moving into quasi-judicial hearings. During quasi-judicial hearings, the Commission will hear evidence and render a decision regarding the matter presented based upon the evidence received. The parties before the Commission and the public are entitled to present evidence, documents, witnesses, etc., and cross-examine any witnesses. All parties and witnesses will be under oath and the entire proceedings recorded. The Commission is not bound by the strict rules of evidence and may consider any evidence which it deems relevant and trustworthy. Any member of the Commission may ask questions of the parties or of the witnesses. Since quasi-judicial proceedings are legal in nature, everyone is expected to adhere to proper courtroom decorum and etiquette. Any comments or objections should be directed to the mayor. The burden of proof in a quasi-judicial proceeding rests with the applicant. Therefore, the applicant has the opportunity to address the Commission last, after all public participation, and before the Commission deliberates. Mr. Zimmerman?
At this time, for items 7A through 7H, I will swear in staff who will remain under oath during the entire proceedings. I would also ask that any additional parties or citizens here that intend to testify during any of these public hearings, that you would also stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. So if you think you're going to testify or talk, if you would stand. If you think later, oh, I really do want to talk later, that's fine. Come on up and we could swear you at that time. So those staff, if you would stand, and anybody else that thinks you're going to be speaking during any of these hearings, if you would stand and I'll swear you. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please provide yes. Thank you. I'll ask the commissioners at the appropriate time before you vote, I'll ask you that if you would, disclose any ex parte communication that you've received outside of this public hearing upon which you intend to rely on in your vote. You only need to disclose the ex parte communication if you're going to rely on it, and then only that the fact that you had it. And at the close of evidence and during deliberation, the public will no longer be commenting on the matter. Thank you.
Item 7A is the second and final of two public hearings on Ordinance 3291.1, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the city to reflect the land use designation of mixed use for property located at 1817 Beck Avenue, parcel ID 2885-000-000. Relevant background information is enclosed in your packet. Staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, if you'd like to speak about item 7A, please come to the podium. Anyone on 7A? Seeing none, closing public comments, I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
He needs to be on the, he needs to be on the screen when he's voting, please.
Yes, I'm on the screen. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The commission has adopted ordinance number 3291.1, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan future land use map of the city to reflect a land use designation of mixed use for a parcel of land located at 1817 Beck Avenue, Panama City, Florida, providing for repealer, severability, and effective date.
Item 7B is the second and final of two public hearings on ordinance 3291.2, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city to reflect a zoning designation of mixed use 3 or MU3 for property located at 1817 Beck Avenue, parcel ID 28885-000-000. This is the same address as the prior item. Relevant background information is enclosed in your packet. Staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Mr. Mayor?
If you wish to speak about item 7B, please come to the podium. Anyone on 7B? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has adopted ordinance number 3291.2, an ordinance zoning a parcel of land located at 1817 Beck Avenue, Panama City, Florida, having approximately .045 acres, mixed use 3, providing for severability and an effective date.
Items 7C, D, and E were tabled until the April 28th, 2026 Commission meeting. So going into 7F. It's the second and final of two public hearings on ordinance 3295.1, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the city to reflect the land use designation of recreation for a property located at 1310 Lincoln Drive, parcel ID 17494-000-000. Relevant background information is enclosed in your packet. Staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Mr. Mayor?
If you wish to speak about item 7F, please come to the podium. 7F. Seeing none, closing public comments, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The commission has approved ordinance 3295.1, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan future land use map of the city to reflect a land use designation of recreation for a parcel of land located at 1310 Lincoln Drive, Panama City, providing for repealer, severability, and effective date.
Item 7G is the second and final of two public hearings on ordinance 3295.2, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city to reflect a zoning designation of recreation, or REC, for a property located at 1310 Lincoln Drive with parcel ID 17494-000-000. Background information is enclosed in your packet. This is the same address as the prior item. Staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services and the City recommends that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Mr. Mayor?
If you'd like to speak about item 7G, please come to the podium. Anyone on 7G? Seeing none, closing public comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would move to approve, but also want to note, this is at Henry Davis Park. And so all of the green that you see on the screen is Henry Davis Park. And for whatever reasons, this parcel was not designated recreational. So that's what we're doing now. And with that, I move we approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The commission has adopted ordinance 3295.2, an ordinance zoning a parcel of land located at 1310 Lincoln Drive, Panama City, Florida, having approximately .126 acres recreation, providing for severability and an effective date.
Item 7H is the first of two public hearings on ordinance 3298, an ordinance to vacate and abandon the alleyway right-of-way easement north of East 9th Court, east of North Bonita Avenue, south of East 10th Court, and west of Mercedes Avenue in the Glenwood neighborhood. As background information, the applicant is requesting to vacate a portion of the alleyway between lots 1 and 18 and in between lots 2 and 17 of land designated as city property that does not retain any underground utilities or infrastructure. This item was previously reviewed by the Planning Board on November 10th of 2025, and they recommended denial unanimously, and staff concurs with this recommendation. The following documents are enclosed in your packet: Ordinance 3298, staff analysis, report and recommendation, and the maps, including both aerial and location. Mr. Mayor, staff did recommend that the planning staff, that is, recommended the City Commission conduct the first public hearing, but given the recommendation of the Planning Board unanimously denying it with staff concurrence, I would instead recommend that the Commission vote tonight to deny this ordinance and form that back to the applicant, and no reason to bring it back for a second reading, given the recommendation by both our Planning Board with staff concurrence. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, this is a public hearing. If you wish to speak about item 7H, please come forward. Seeing no comments on 7H, do I have a motion to deny?
Move to deny.
Second. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right,
Motion to deny.
We are now in audience participation, and we have a lot of people here tonight. A lot of hot topics. Who here is wanting to talk about Truesdale Park? Raise your hand. Okay, we got like one. What about the marina? Okay, we got one. What about MLK pricing? I'm wanting to kind of move those discussions into the agenda item. Is that crazy? Or should we just keep them all grouped together? Or should we go topic by topic within the public participation? That we're not bouncing around.
Topic by topic.
All right, let's start off with Truesdale Park. Anyone want to talk about Truesdale Park, please come forward. You have 3 minutes. I just didn't want us bouncing around with, 7 different topics. Yes, sir.
Mike Donaldson, 2650 West 10th Street, Panama City 32401. Many of us have expressed frustration that nearly 4 years after the city has assumed control of Truesdale Park, the clubhouse remains unusable, the playground is dangerous condition and needs a full replacement. The destination parking area sits largely empty and unknown and unutilized by the Beck Avenue businesses and visitors. Commissioner Street has ideas and has stated willingness to work with us. However, the city has had ample time to act and has not. Meanwhile, other municipal projects need to take priority to the city commissioners, which of course leaves Truesdale low in the priority list, despite its importance to our neighborhood. We, the neighbors, are ready to change that. As a community, we propose taking the reins, returning management to the park clubhouse to a nonprofit 501c3 organization composed of residents and former Civic Club leaders. We have members ready to secure commitments from major retailers and contractors to provide materials and labor at significantly reduced cost at even donated rates, far below the city procurement cost. This means that every dollar allocated to Truesdale would go much further under our guidance. Rather than retaining control of the park, it has been unable to maintain. We asked the city to partner with us by transferring the existing budgeted funds and granting a long-term lease. Let us demonstrate what focused, passionate community leadership can achieve. The community has the vision, the expertise, and the momentum. Together, we can restore Truesdale Park to the vibrant heart of St. Andrews it once was, and it deserves to be again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Truesdale? Yes, ma'am. We're talking about Truesdale.
Hello, Dolores King, 2538 West 9th Street, Panama City. I live 5 doors down from Truesdale Park, and I fully support keeping Truesdale Park a park as the deed expresses, that it should be a park. I support maybe some parking changes, but not the parking changes that were the 65 lot our 65 space changes that were first proposed. I know that further on in the agenda, this is going to come up again, and so I'm hoping that we can all work together. I would really like to see this limited to a 501c3 and not a P3 partnership. The Civic Club did a great job for the whole time they were there, doing what it was intended. I would like to see that go back to that. Take Truesdale Park, give it the love that that Oaks by the Bay Park has, and let's make it something beautiful. Let's make it something better, and but with with the same type of atmosphere and the same civic organizations, taking care of it and making it what it used to be, and preserving the history of St. Andrews like we do downtown.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone else on Truesdale? Yes, ma'am, come on up. You always do a good job, don't be nervous. We're all just people.
I do want to thank Josh Street for listening to the community, and I also want to thank the city and Josh.
Name and address for
Oh,
the
I'm
record,
so
please.
sorry.
That's okay.
I'm Mary Andrew, and 2310 West Beach Drive.
Thank you.
Thanks. But I want to thank the city, and I want to thank Josh Street for listening to the people, and also for the greening of the Beck Avenue. It looks so nice, and I appreciate that. And at Truesdale Park, I know it's a problem that you guys have inherited, and you guys are trying to solve. And Molly Truesdale, and we all know this now, that she donated her property to be used as a park. And if it's not used as a park, it goes back to her heirs. But sorry. It should not be used as a parking lot for Oaks by the Bay. Should be a park. And the parking spaces there should be minimal and be a permeable surface, please. The community building there should be for the community, and it should be operated by a nonprofit organization. So much energy and focus have been on Oaks by the Bay, and it's beautiful. It is just gorgeous. But there's a strong contrast between the two parks, and Truesdale Park has been left in disarray. And I see that you guys are trying to solve that, and I appreciate that. And just want to make Molly proud and keep the park.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Anyone else? Truesdale Park. All right, let's move on to Marina. Frank, you want to come on up? Yeah, don't do it. We've received a few emails from Frank this week.
Okay, I'm Frank Pinto, 801 West 13th Street, Panama City 32401. And these are questions about the scheduling of the workshops for the Marina, January 21st to the 23rd. And I will direct these questions to Jonathan Hayes. First question is approximately when will these workshops, the schedule for the workshops, be advertised to the public? Within December or early part of January? Do you have an approximate date when the schedules will be released to the public?
I read them earlier in this meeting, sir.
Pardon me?
I read them earlier in this meeting.
Not a time, though.
Yeah. We don't know the exact schedule yet. It'll probably be maybe a few weeks out, but it's going to be January 21st, 22nd, 23rd at City Hall, and there'll be all sorts of opportunities. There'll be some small targeted meetings. There'll be broad meetings.
No, I know
There'll
that,
be all
but when
sorts of
will the
things.
schedule be advertised approximately? When will you tell the public this is the schedule for the meet?
A month out.
Huh?
probably 3 or 4 weeks out.
Okay,
Yeah.
from today.
But lock in January 21st, 22nd,
Yeah, I know that.
23rd.
I know that. I'm asking about
Yeah.
the schedules.
Yeah,
We
we're
don't
still-
even know yet.
Yeah, I don't even
Okay,
know.
so
we
by
find out, we'll
approximate,
know.
2 or 3 weeks, January?
January 21st, 22nd, 23rd.
Yeah, I know that, but the
Yeah.
schedule, approximately.
I'd hate to commit to it. We're waiting to hear back from.
So you don't
Grover Cole.
know?
I don't know. I know
Okay,
it's
that's
locked in
good.
those
That's
3
all I
days.
wanted to-
Yes, sir.
Okay, second question. How will you advertise the schedule to the public? Will this be through the media, through the website? Will it be on the workshop section of the website, special commission? I mean, what do people look for on the website to find out what the schedule will be?
It'll be featured in our newsletter for the month of January. So if you're not signed up for that, please sign up for that. It'll be noticed at the first meeting in January, the specifics.
First meeting in January, okay, wait.
Correct. I'll mention it at the Monday morning with the manager that I have the first Monday of every month. So that will
Okay.
be January 5th.
First Monday meeting.
In
January.
I will announce it, yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll send it out via text alert. We'll definitely send out press releases to the media. We will share it far and wide, probably 6, 7, 8 different ways we'll announce it.
Okay.
So,
Will it be on workshops in the website? There's a workshop.
no, sir. I'm
No, well,
not sure what you mean by on the
I will
workshop
send you
on the
a personal
website.
email as soon as I find out.
Yeah. Okay.
I made you that promise last time. As soon
Okay,
as I
good.
know, you're gonna know.
All right. Well, I appreciate all your help, and I look forward
Yes,
to
sir.
an exciting charrette workshop.
Yes, sir.
In January 21st to 23rd. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Thank you. Anyone else want to talk about the marina? Yes, sir. Come on down.
Hi, happy holidays. Derek Thomas, 1100 West 10th Street. I think at this point we're about 2/3 to 3/4 of the 5% that we would have had to invest to get the marina back the way it was. And we're talking about developing the uplands, which would bring in less money to the city if you did than the marina would have produced. At least that's for the 225 apartments and other stores. Right now, and I don't know if you checked on that, I think I was right about the 150,000 for the center lawn area. If I wasn't, the groundwater, the drainage has to be treated before it's dumped into the bay if it's coming off of the marina. Right now that can soak in, but if you create it with impervious surfaces, I think the public parking lot, I was thinking was about 300,000 spent for that. I don't know if that's correct, but lots and lots of money spent on this. And I asked the last time about the pipes for the new sewer lines for the hotel and stuff. Once you repave those roads next year, when you go back and you start putting in high density, high pressure water mains and sewage pipes for building on a marina, which is basically sand piled on top of mud, and would be a very expensive place to build. If you're going to build anywhere downtown, that would be a bad place to put kind of high density things like that. So I think you should stick with the 50 and just move on from there and not give away the marina, and definitely not give away the upland. And when you pave stuff, just like they did in Baton Rouge, they put down all the paving for the downtown and then realized they should have put in fiber optics to these big giant towers that they built with all the money that they got from the Hurricane Katrina recovery money. And so downtown in Baton Rouge, one side of the building's torn down and the streets have 30-foot sections in them because they didn't have a finalized plan before they started. And now they have to put in a lot more stuff, keep it for the public. Also for the parks, right now across 11th Street at the Garden Club Park, they're cutting down all the 5-year-old trees that have grown since the hurricane. They could be mulching those right now and rebuilding the dirt and trapping all the nitrogen in the dirt and making a way to have pathways down and use more of the park. But if you can't even comment on that until January, by then all that's going to be hauled off and just burned, I guess. Still waiting. Hopefully by next year I will get the work orders. And if you don't have the work orders for the work done across the street from me, then you really need to have, some discussions about how you're spending taxpayer money, because that's not right. And 3/4 or more than half of the code enforcement cases at the last code enforcement cases were for overgrowth, so don't
Thank
make
you.
that a priority.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak about the marina? Yes, sir. Come on down. Good evening.
Good evening. Jimmy Soselski, 1208 Cherry, Panama City, 32401. I have a request for y'all just to think about. My first thing is the T-Dock, and when you're going out to the T-Dock, as long as I've lived here, which is getting close to 70 years, I've never seen anything built out there. I don't think that the citizens want anything built out there. I know CMP said they had nothing that they were going to put out there, so I do not see any reason this commission can't say we're going to leave it alone, except for the fuel dock, which works good. Leave it alone, do a referendum so we don't build on the T-Dock and going out there. That should be the citizens, left alone for the citizens. They enjoy it now. You can go out there at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's people out there. You can go out there at 6 o'clock in the morning. There's people out there. Everybody enjoys it. It clears a lot of people's minds. That does not need to be developed. All right, I'm through with that. Y'all think about it. We need to get the finished drawings for the first 50 slips. As soon as we do, we need to do competitive bids, which the city can do. It's not rocket scientists. We have good engineers. We even have some here today that can bid it out. Most of y'all have built a house before, and it's a lot more complicated than putting 50 slips in. Bid it out, build the 50 slips, see what we need. We have no idea what we need and how they're on rent or what size. And then all the slips need is basic utilities. We don't need to have, a plush marina yet. And we do need basic bathrooms, which we've been saying that for years, like with the boat ramp and all. Let's keep it, the first 50 slips, simple. And let's get the first 50 done by the city with competitive bids. We don't need to give this to a developer and then promise him money if he backs out, and then we're holding it. Not to hold off giving up the uplands either. We don't need to do that before we build the 50 slips. We don't need to promise somebody something that we might not have to give away. And people don't realize we give away the uplands. It's for 45 to 100 years to 90 years. And we'll never get it back. We don't need 200 buildings on there. And the other, I know I'm out of time. I'll be real quick. Now, CMP keeps saying that there's 190,000 square feet that was on the marina. Most of that was for the city and public use. Now we got a hotel and a restaurant. I don't see them saying, oh, we have 190 square feet. That was on the marina. Now we need to subtract the hotel in Harrison's, and I don't see them doing that. That's going to leave them very little to develop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else want to speak about the marina tonight?
Commission, Mayor, thanks for having me up. I'm Sandy Marlisa. I live in Lynn Haven. So I'm back about the marina. I recently realized, and this might not be something that the public may know, but there's already a first right of use by St. Joe Company for the uplands around the marina. So in my understanding, that means that if CMP comes up with a plan and we go through charrettes, that then gets pitched to St. Joe. And if St. Joe wants to build that, then St. Joe can build it, and then CMP just kind of walks away. So I just thought everybody should know that. Secondly, my understanding is with that lease, that means that if a developer comes in and wants to do something on the uplands, like a bathroom or like shops, I don't think a developer would be very interested in a bathroom, but if the city builds on the uplands like a bathroom, which is just a public facility for the public to utilize while they're on the marina, then the city doesn't have to pitch that to St. Joe. Is that correct? If the city builds those facilities?
Can you finish the comment and we'll do the questions? Yeah.
Yes, that's the question.
Are you done with the comments?
Do I have to keep talking?
It's just easier.
Oh, okay. So that's one of my questions is if the city comes up with the plans on its own, uses city workers and builds the bathrooms, would St. Joe still have to be pitched? Is it only developers that have to be run by St. Joe? But if the city hires their own employees or contractors, that doesn't have to go by St. Joe? So I just would really like to understand that. And secondly, I am very upset about that ground lease on the marina for the uplands, that it was tied in with Hotel Indigo and with the Harrison's restaurant. I find that to be absolutely deplorable. But I was just kind of wondering if that's legal, then is there a way to put on the city charter moving forward that we no longer do long-term leases like that for big developers? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zimmerman, can you clarify what first right of use means and clarify if the city were to build something, would we fall into the same process?
The first right of use, there is a lease that is legal with the St. Joe Company for a use of, I think it may be 7 acres of the downtown marina. The lease was for the purpose of a hotel as well as a restaurant. I think it was originally 60 years. And then there are provisions in the lease for how compensation is paid to the city in the form of lease payments and the lease payments are also tied to performance. In that, because the St. Joe Company was willing to spend $35 to $40 million to improve the lease, they put in a right, and the city agreed, a right of first use. So if there is something else that the city decides to do on the marina, and in particular another developer, that the city would decide that yes, this is something that the city commission would like to do, would turn to St. Joe. Is that something you would like to do? St. Joe says, no, we have no interest in performing that first use. Then the city is free to negotiate with an arrangement with the other party. If St. Joe were to say, well, yeah, we do have an interest, then there's, I believe it's a 60-day time period where the city agrees in good faith to negotiate an arrangement with St. Joe to do the very same thing that it wanted to do with another party. The city's under no obligation other than to work in good faith toward the end. If it cannot be accomplished, then there's no obligation to enter into an agreement with St. Joe. As far as how it relates with the city, I mean, I think it maybe depend on what the use is. I'd have to go back and look at that, be happy to make a report at another meeting. But obviously, putting in a fuel station is something that everybody wanted. If you had restroom facilities, that wouldn't be an issue. It depends, I mean, if the city wanted to put in a restaurant on its own, I think that's maybe something that would trigger the right of first use. But that's a interesting question. Have not looked at that in detail. It has not come up.
Yeah, and I don't speak on the behalf of St. Joe. I'm not putting words in their mouth, but if I were to put $40 million into a spot that no one else is putting any money into, I want to make sure that someone put a pawn shop next door. Or like, imagine investing all that money and then the city rushes and does some strip mall there or some use that they don't really want to see that deteriorates their investment. And in those years, there was no one investing money downtown, maybe Catherine Shores and I. That was basically about it. And so it was more of a protection mechanism. And you can really judge, I don't speak for them, but you can see They haven't proposed anything else. So they're not rushing to do a land grab. At least it doesn't appear that way. They're not rushing to go build something else there. They're just trying to protect their investment.
And there are some prohibited uses, but in the lease, but if they could also propose an alternate use if they would like to, or they could always come and propose any use to the commission.
Thank you. Anyone else want to talk about the marina? All right, what's the next topic? Just open comments. Anything else on the agenda? MLK, yes, come on up. Who's on MLK? Yes, ma'am. Good
Louis
evening.
Williams, 2748 Okamic Drive, Panama City, 32401. First, I'd like some clarification from Commissioner Street, if you don't mind. I read your presentation for Truesdale Park. Is there anywhere on there where you mentioned a parking lot for Oaks by the Bay?
No.
I didn't think so. So to follow up with that, I think your presentation was in the interest of the citizens of that area, and I give you kudos for that, because I believe in giving kudos when they're due. If they're not due, I don't give them. And, well, I don't.
I expect no less.
But I do give you the kudos for that. You and I don't always agree, but you deserve that one. Martin Luther King, I think, was a wonderful thing on yesterday, although it wasn't complete. I think there were many citizens within the city, as well as elected officials, who participated on that. I'm going to say this, and I say it candidly. I wish that all commissioners would be as forthright and supportive of their citizens in their wards as I have seen Commissioner Street. You get another kudo, Josh. But, well, that's what I see. Those are my observations. You need not agree with me, but part of it is you agree to disagree, but that's what I see. But I wish that all commissioners would do what I've seen Commissioner Street does. I'm not going to move into his ward, but I wish that they would. The event at Martin Luther King was wonderful. There are some concerns that many of the citizens have, and I think Michelle may address them, of what we've heard about pay for play. Duh, come on, you're bamboozling us. End of my conversation.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. I love it. Good evening.
Drea Clay, 409 East 9th Street.
You might need to pull the mic a little bit closer.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Drea Clay, and yesterday was my first time ever seeing the rec. It was amazing, and there was a big basketball court, and there were classrooms, and I really loved it. Even my mom was surprised how big it was. But anyways, I really love how kids can go there anytime, but what about the adults? My mom really doesn't like when I'm by myself for too long because anything could happen. And not just my mom. There are other parents like that. And my question is, why do people over 18 have to pay? Because it makes no sense. What if someone was struggling and didn't have the money to pay? And that's not fair. And even if they did have the money, where is the money going? Because I'm sure it's not going to MLK. I want the seniors to be able to come in there for free because they help watch children. And my grandma used to work at the rec, and she doesn't have a lot of money. Please don't charge her or anybody else. And that's it.
Thank you. You did good.
Are questions responded to?
The question was, why does anyone have to pay?
Yeah.
To cover costs. We're going to go over that too, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Michelle Bryant, 409 East 9th Street. So I just want to start off by saying it was beautiful seeing the MLK Rec Center yesterday. As being a part of the Charettes from day one, it was super just ecstatic to see that everything we asked for was in that building, with the exception of the game room, which hopefully that's coming a little bit later. So I want to share some facts with everyone here that you may not be aware of, because everyone on the dais was not here with the exception of Zimmerman back when this Charette and the conversations about the rec started. In the beginning, the community knew that they were going to need additional funds to have the rec that we asked for. Of course, there were FEMA dollars and the $150 million loan, which $8 million of it was used for the rec. One of the things I do not understand is when in building this, one of the things that we were promised was that there would be serious research in getting the new market tax credit dollars. Now yesterday, after the beautiful soft open, it was brought to many of our attention that there will be a fee for those over 18 to attend the rec. I get this building needs to be paid for, but why wasn't this information brought before the community so that we could all be a part of this conversation to find out what would be the best solution for the citizens? We have gone through Hurricane Michael, we've gone through COVID, we've gone through high inflation. People aren't budgeting to add fees in to see their children participate at the Glenwood Community Center. As my daughter just stated, my mom worked at the community center. She worked 3 jobs, and there's no way that she could afford for 3 of her kids to go to the rec every single day. Yes, I'm hearing there's talks about a structured pay schedule. There may be some scholarships, but those maybes don't work today. We've waited 8 years, 7 years for this rec to come back. And now kids are disappointed because if they go, what if my mom can't go with me? What if my grandma can't go with me? What am I to do? As a nonprofit board member, what are my seniors going to do? We were anticipating going to walk around the gym, exercise. But now we're going to have to pay a fee every time we go into the rec. The information I'll share with you was that previously, the city had worked with Davis Business Advisory Services out of Arizona. On December 15, 2021, I agreed to participate in this meeting, and I shared with them as we rode around Panama City, specifically Glenwood, how important the rec was to come back to us. They were impressed with the history. They were impressed with what my sentiments were towards the rec and how it helped build me to who I am today. They were seriously looking to invest into the rec. What was brought back to those of us that were part of that committee was because this entity was not looking to invest in Daffin Park and the rec, the city was not interested. Look at Daffin Park today without their investment. Why can't the city go back to the table this, get community input, and seriously look at new tax credit dollars to prevent putting these taxes, these fees on citizens who have been waiting so long for the MLK Rec Center? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on MLK? Yes, sir.
Gregory Dawson, P.O. Box 35894, Panama City. First, I want to say it was a beautiful building. I was a part of those charrettes, which I call charades, for getting the park together. And my organization, Student Advocacy Center, which was co-sponsored by the City of Panama City, NAACP, held the youth charrette, which I think Michelle's daughter brought up the first aid station, which was in there. They also, at that youth charrette, brought up the recording studio. I go way deep into the rec center. My father was one of the members of the Negro Improvement Association that purchased the land that the rec sits on. I found out yesterday afternoon about the membership and usage fees. Living out in California 20 plus years, I have no problems with some of the membership fees, and that breaks out to about $8.35 a year. However, I know there are a lot of people that do have problems with that. But the community should have been informed that there were fees that were coming. A great place to inform the people was at that soft opening on yesterday. I agree that this should be tabled and a community discussion be held. Also, I noticed some things that were missing from the membership fees. It said youth 17 and under. There are some laws that were put in place that you have to start kindergarten, and most people say first grade, by a certain time. So a lot of people in high school in their senior year are 18. So they should be 18, high school with the ID card. And a couple of people came to me and say, why not add the college students with ID cards? On the quarterly rate, I noticed there wasn't, for the senior military rate, I noticed that there weren't quarterly rates for them. Also missing were disabled rates. So I'm generally in favor of it, but a clarification on what the membership includes. Also with the usage fees, the multi-purpose room rate is high, $100 per hour. And anything outdoors I don't see should be fees. The outdoor basketball court fees, $25. Does that mean if I want to do a pickup game of basketball, I have to pay $25? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on MLK? Yes, ma'am. Come on down. Hello.
My name is Chantel World. I actually live in Lynn Haven, but we own property in Millville area. And I knew when my 24-year-old son calls me and starts talking about the rec and money that it has hit like to the top, because he doesn't even get into politics. But I will say that someone has to fund it. It can't all be from tax dollars, or it'll just not be able to function like it needs to be. I live in Lynn Haven. My kids can go to the park, to the community center that's right down the street from our house for free, okay? And I think that that's what Lynn Haven has decided to do. That is good. I don't think it's fair for him to drive all the way across town and use the MLK rec for free. Okay, so I do think that the people in the community, maybe there should be something to where if you live within a 2 to 3 mile radius, that you're able to use the facility for free, and then the people that live outside the radius, that they would have a membership fee, since it is a community type organization. It is, not organization, but community building. It is in a low income area. It is, the purpose of it from the beginning was to recreate what was already there. So I think it's fair for the residents that live there within a certain radius that they get in free, and that my son that's driving all the way across town, when he can stop in Lynn Haven and go for free, he should have to pay something for the use of the facility. But it does have to have some kind of monetary, something has to be given back to it to perform. That's it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone else? I'm okay. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and to the commissioners. Rufus Wood, 1911 East 10th Street. I, too, was very excited on yesterday to be a part of the soft opening. It is just really exciting, and we're really glad to have the MLK Center back. As it has been stated, we've been waiting a long time. I believe the African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We've been waiting a long time. We've come a long way. We still have a ways to go. We haven't really even opened the facility yet. So I think what we're talking about with these fees, I think that it would be wise to have a public hearing. I would hope that we would put this on hold, because I think we need to have input from the community. And a lot of people are surprised with what's going on. I'm very much concerned about the fees. I know Mr. Dawson mentioned about the $100 an hour fee for organizations to use the facility. I think that is a bit much. We do have community-based organizations, so I think a lot of thought ought to be given to that. I do think that we do have to invest. I believe President Obama said it best. There has to be accountability as well as responsibility. So I think we need to hold you as commissioners and as the mayor accountable for what you need to do for our community. But I also think that as the community, we have to be responsible, and there's some things that we have to do for ourselves. So I don't think we should expect everything to be free, but I think we do have to invest in the facility. But I would respectfully request that we have a public hearing or some public hearing so that people in the community can have some input. We have to go together again. This is our facility, and I think everybody's excited about it. So I would, again, ask that we would give consideration to doing that so that everybody can have some input. I think it would be great to have some input even from the young people, because they're going to benefit a lot from this facility as well. So I would hope that we would consider doing that. Thank you so very much.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Walter P. Henry.
About the rec. Oh, yes, sir.
Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue. I think we should think about what we're doing. City would not be where it's at today if it wasn't for the citizens of Panama City. And some of the citizens of Panama City is why we're standing at a standstill where we are now. We could be better than where we are, but you had older folks forgot about that younger folks was coming up. And everybody forget, if y'all would look and try to get things into this city that somebody will appreciate and look at, we could be further than where we are today. Everybody was satisfied how things was now. But when things goes, years goes past and goes by, as older folks say, it takes money to buy land. Land is not free. I know we're talking about the rec. It'll cost 18-year-olds. I hope I don't have to pay something to walk in the door. Be a member, because I want to be a member of the rec. I love how it look, everything, but I have grandchildren, I have great-grand. They will enjoy it. Now we got to stand at a standpoint, what are we going to do? And we all have to make a wise decision, not just on what we think ourselves, what we would do. But we should have a mind to think on what the people's seen that would be fit to do. Now, we understand we got a nice building, got to be taken care of. Somebody go take care. So if we would try to get this city built up like it should be, it should have been, it could have been like the beach, but some of us didn't want it to be that way. We think we was already cried it up, but I can tell you one thing, it's not crowded enough.
Thank you. Anyone else on MLK Rec? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Carmen Sapp, 1915 Wilson Avenue, apartment D5, Panama City, Florida, 32405. I don't play basketball, I don't cook, but there are organizations that I participate in that it'd be important that they, have a discounted rate, or maybe you consider discounting for those that are disabled or seniors. And when you go to, pay for play, there's a lot of people that are disadvantaged in these neighborhoods that it's a great facility and it's great that you have it, but when those that need it can't afford it, or they're just dumping their kids off and they're younger and they don't have adult supervision by the seniors or those that are disabled, you have just your staff, and it's not very much staff when you can have more people there that would probably help out if you had them at a discounted rate, or if you let them in for free. That's a lot that you're missing out on. So maybe that's something that you can consider, letting like the non-for-profits or those that are disabled or seniors in. Maybe consider that in when you're thinking about your fees. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Vanessa Shackelford, 802 Cedar Avenue. I'm here with my kids today, one of whom has autism. And so I think that's something that Ms. Sapp kind of touched on. I can't just send my kids to the rec center unsupervised, so it would require me coming to pay a fee in order for my child or children to participate. So that's something that was, I like that Ms. Sapp touched on that. I'm a longtime resident. Most of my whole adult life has been in Glenwood and Millville. For years, my kids, since Hurricane Michael, have had no park or public play space that's accessible within my community. And I wanted to speak about the proposal that you guys are presenting today to impose membership fees to limit access at the MLK Rec Center. The fact is that the city staff who's making these decisions, you guys know that these fees are prohibitive to residents in this community because you guys have done your research. You know the residents in this community. People like Mr. Hayes, who earns a salary of $185,000 annually. Ms. Waldron, just one of our assistant city managers, $160,000. Jared Jones, our second assistant manager, over $150,000. Mr. Hayes has enjoyed a 375% increase in his salary since he started with the city in 2023. So these are the people that are making the decisions about what's affordable and accessible to people in this community. These 3 employees alone earn a salary 250% higher than the average resident in my community, including city employees. As a former city employee, I watched for years as the city management specifically engaged in actions that led to a lack of equitable distribution of public resources and funding. Everything from pothole repairs and water leaks to multi-million-dollar buildings like the MLK Rec Center. And it's just another example of the disparities that exist for communities like Glenwood and Millville. The fees are prohibitive to the community that this building exists in. The fees are prohibitive to the community that this serves. The fact that the city, once again, and the commissioner for this ward did not seek to meet with the residents in this community to discuss this proposal, to seek out alternative viable streams of funding, demonstrates that what little is done for this community seems to be done for show or a photo op, not the actual benefit of the people who live here.
Thank you. Anyone else? MLK Rec. Yes, ma'am. You're good.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Tanika Spencer. I'm at 2123 East 7th Street in Millville. I was raised up in Glenwood. I'm a rec baby. My mama worked 3 jobs. The rec was free at that time. That was my enjoyment, to go and to the arcade room that we had there at that time. And they had us if to earn things, we had to volunteer. So it was like take out the trash before the ending of the day and things like this. I have a 6-year-old son, okay? My son I want him to be able to come to the rec, but I don't feel like I need to pay to even be able to come in to watch my child play. I don't trust everybody with my child. Everybody don't do parenting like I do. I was raised by the community, so when someone said something to me, I knew I had to do that, or I was gonna get whooped by them or my grandmama when I got home. You know what I'm saying? But these days, kids, we can't say anything to other people's kids because of they got something to say. Their mama or daddy may have something to say to address us with it, and it's not fair. But I don't think you should be charging us to be able to come in a facility that was built for us as a community. Now, I can understand the little offices that's in the inside to rent them out, but $100? I don't have $100 an hour if I want to bring the football team up in there to discuss athletic things with them because we don't have a building to use. My other thing is you have a concession stand in there. Is the food going to be reasonable for me to buy if we have 5 or 6 kids in one household? Is there gonna be snacks that's gonna be prepared for the kids at a certain time of the day that we don't have to pay for? That's something that y'all have to look at when you're talking about a fee to come inside of a building that was built for us, to be able to come together as a community. It's not right. I don't have $5 or $10 every day because my child want to come here. And then we have to drive all the way over here to Oakland Terrace Park to try to play. And then for me, if the other kids may not want to play with my 6-year-old child, okay? He say, Mama, can you come get on the swing with me? I have to sit there and tell him no because I don't have $5 to pay to get on this equipment. And then I'm not even allowed because it's an age limit to get on a slide. I mean, come on, a slide? It's not even a merry-go-round out there. I understand it's a hazard, but I done got plenty of bumps and bruises on my head from a merry-go-round. When I was younger, I mean, be for real about it. What was the building? Was it built for the kids? If you say it's for the kids, I can't see it is. And then if you have a elderly man that's here and he wants to just jump in on the game because they want him to come in, he got to turn around and pay? It ain't right. I think it's a money thing, really.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Sandy Marlisa, live in Lynn Haven. I am at a basketball court about 3 times a week against my will because my son wants to make D1 one day. And he has these big dreams, and I'm very thankful that he lives in a city that has a community center where he can go play. Do I want to sit on a hard bleacher and watch him find somebody to play for 2 hours? No, not all the time. However, that is my responsibility as a parent to be there. And it makes me sad that people who have been so excited to see a beautiful facility, I mean, something that was only available in our wildest dreams growing up in Bay County 20 years ago, to see this beautiful facility and then now feel like they don't have access to it. And it's a lot like having a car, you know, that works okay. It gets you from point A to point B. And some guy from a used car salesman says, well, I'll take that car and don't you worry, I'll be right back with a nicer one. And he comes back with that nicer car and it has all the bells and whistles. It even does that thing if you're on the highway and it slows down for you. You don't even have to put your foot on the brake. And you get really excited about that car and you've been waiting about this car. But then that man says, well, I guess I didn't tell you, but you got to make payments on this car. And so the community is going from a facility that it got to use for free and got to take ownership of it and is now faced with a facility that's a lot nicer, sure, but is actually less for them. And I don't think the commission or the mayor wants that for their people. It's not fair to drive by someplace and be so excited that your kids are going to have better than what you had, only to tell your kids, well, I don't know if I can afford it. And I hear the heart of this community and what they're saying, and I just really hope that in your considerations, because I know that this is a big facility and you have to get money from somewhere, but in your considerations, please think about the little girls and boys that want to make D1. And I just want them to have a place to play. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak about MLK Rec Center? I knew you were coming to talk. Yes, sir.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Robert Stewart. Do I still gotta say my address and stuff? 261 Everett Avenue. Talking about the MLK Rec Center, I guess I contributed to starting a bit of a fire this morning on social media, but I think it's a good fire. I think sometimes fire comes and burns everything down so you can start over. And sometimes that needs to happen. I think with the recreation center, I feel like, this is my opinion, that the cost issue wasn't presented, or the cost period wasn't presented to the people in an adequate amount of time. Like the lady before me just said, people have been excited about this for a very, very long time. We've waited years and years and years in this. And being a youth football coach, I've been overly excited about it. And being that it's the Glenwood Community Center, I was extra excited about it. And to get to a finish line for a race, and then someone tells you no, it's just one more mile. It kind of kills hope, and that's what the rec center represents. It's hope. It's hope for a community that has nothing. There's never been hope in Glenwood since the hurricane. We've learned to accept nothing, and that's bull crap. When I sit here and go to Lynn Haven right down the street, and they got a recreational center that's as good as the MLK Recreation Center, minus a few rooms. It's free. I just did the tournament, DJ'd a tournament there, and they were paying people $1,000 for winning the basketball tournament. We're charging people to get in. I don't know what that lady in Lynn Haven did and went to jail and all that, but maybe we need to do that over here. Because Lynn Haven is beautiful. Lynn Haven got they got a shipwreck in Lynn Haven. They got a water parks. They got recreational centers. They got everything, and it's free. Like, what are we doing? We need to get her to run for office over in the city or something. Somebody go get her. But I think the information was put out late. I think the information should have been put out when the excitement was building, and it would have saved a lot of this. It is a big problem. I think it's going to turn into it can turn into a potential $80 million something to look at if it's not handled properly. The people of Glenwood are tired of being treated unfairly, being treated like what they say doesn't matter, being kept in the shadows. So, I mean, it's a lot. I can't even say it in 3 minutes, but I think it needs to be addressed and something needs to be done.
Thank you. Anyone else want to talk about MLK Rec Center?
Hold on, 10 seconds. Hey, can I get your other minute in?
Yeah, you can have the rest of my time. Captain James Spick, 2508 West 9th Street. I'm real sorry y'all had to go through all this about the MLK, but it makes me ask you guys one question. How can us from Truesdale and our group back here trust the city to do what's right with that building?
Yes, sir.
My name is J.C. Carlisle. It's about trust.
Address, please.
Address?
Your address.
1-800-JESUS.
I think that's a phone number.
Okay. Call him. 5823 Ensor Street.
Thank you.
I'm just joking with you, Miss Jan. Forgive me.
That's okay.
Just trying to do an icebreaker.
It's all good.
Listen, at the end of the day, it's about the kids, man. And the thing is, with being about the kids, is this charging people to get in the wreck, is it gonna affect the kids that are wet concrete? I understand the 18 and over. You may wanna charge them, but I'm talking about the ones that are wet concrete that we're still trying to mold as football coaches, as parents, okay? It's a lot going on. These kids got grown folks problems right now. And ever since the rec been closed, a lot of kids have been getting in trouble. A lot of kids have been coming to see me at Heido. DJJ rates have been going up. A lot of that. At the end of the day, is this best for the kids? I don't know the money situation. I don't like touching money. I like working with kids. So what can we do to make sure these kids gonna be able to get in there and their parents or whoever else they overseers gonna have the money for them to come. I don't know if you got a choice to get in. I haven't did any research on this, but I'm concerned about the kids, okay? 18 and over, if you're still in school, you should still be able to get in the rec free. That's just my opinion. 18 and up, that's on y'all what y'all gonna do. Do I wanna leave them left out? No. But like Mr. Stewart say, we got other kids that we're working with that's wet concrete that we need that facility, man. It's a safe place. It saved my life. That basketball, unfortunately, basketball saved a lot of people's lives. But right now, there's a STEM building, and there's music, there's whatever it may be, whatever kid gift they have, because everybody have different gifts. We just not trying to throw this for sports and that round ball. It's not just about that. It's about the education and what we need to do for the kids. I don't know the money situation. I hear money going over here, money going over here. What is the best solution we can come up to save kids' lives? White, black, green, and purple. 3 things my daddy taught me. Death, pain, and the devil is gonna hit all our household, no matter what color you are. At the end of the day, that rec center can generate a lot of money through programs. You did say I could get your million or something, right?
Yes, sir, thank you.
That recreation center can generate a lot of money where we get teams. The beach do it all the time. Out of town teams generate money, this and that. And we got motels willing to let them stay there.
Yes, sir, thank you.
We can generate money through the recreation center with programs, volleyball. That gym is big enough to do a lot of stuff.
We can, thank you.
Okay? All right, God bless you, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the MLK rec? Yes, ma'am, come on up. Appreciate you, JC. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Rose.
Pull the mic down.
Hello, my name is Rose James. My address is 1000 East 13th Court. I've been a citizen of Bay County 60 plus years. And as a child, I have went to the rec. And when I was going there at that time, they had the Girl Scouts. They had activities all weekend long as well. On, you know, Sunday, you go to church, but on the week. And I live in Glenwood yet now, and I have a home daycare. And the children, they walk to the facility before the storm was, you know, after the storm, it was knocked down. They said, when are we going to the rec? I said, it's not available. When are we going to the splash pond? It's not available. When are we just going to see, just to walk our community? Well, we can do that, but we can't get to the rec. Children need that stability. Children need somebody, somewhere that they can depend on. The people at that time, when I was going to the rec, they were the people in our community. You could look at them and get an understanding they were people that were stable. If you were working there back, 70s, I'll just say that safe for myself. There were people there. And children need somebody that they can look up to. Children need somebody that will be there other than their parents, because sometimes their parents are working so hard, they're not able to meet those needs. But if you have someone in the community that the children can look up to, the children can say, hey, I can talk to Miss Smith, or I can talk to Scoop, or I can talk to this person or that person. It makes a difference in the child's life. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Anyone else on the MLK rec? All right, open for the rest of the agenda. Anyone else want to speak about the rest of the items of the agenda? Please come forward. Yes, ma'am. Or sir, I can't see you back. I saw a hand. Good evening.
Hey,
Bill McGinn, 4425 Thomas Drive. Didn't want to use paper, but in order to get all my points across, I'm going to apologize and I'm going to have to read this, okay? Anyway, I retired in October of 2014 after 30 years of service in the Panama City meter section. I was the cross-connection coordinator for 3 years, starting in 1992, until City Manager Ken Hammonds dissolved the cross-connection control program. I've had my tester's certification longer than any tester in Bay County. As a matter of fact, I helped write the City of Panama City's original cross-connection control ordinance back in 1992. I am here to oppose the use of an outside service to run the backflow program. There are certain things outside providers are not capable of doing, field work being one of them. It's necessary to go into the field and verify device functionality, also location and proper installation of the certain devices. It's also taking jobs away from your employees, your local people, okay? And this particular service that you guys are thinking about considering, they're going to charge the testers $10 per entry per device to enter into your system, okay? The testers are not going to pay that $10. It's going to be your citizens. They're going to pay that $10 because no tester is going to eat that $10. They're going to pass it over to your citizens, okay? The number one mission for a city backflow program is compliance. Raising prices is conducive to, or inconducive to compliance, okay? Cities are in compliance, full compliance, never have to be concerned about DEP regulation and possibly getting fined for not doing what they're supposed to do. Not sure where the idea of the outsourcing came from, but I can assure you the people that are running the program right now are doing a very good job, okay, especially under the circumstances. Your program was eliminated in 1996 and only reported a small section of devices because that's all there were. It wasn't until around 2020 that the DEP started to crack down on your program. So you had all those years in between where you had little or no records. Getting all those records straight to the amount of the accounts has been a nightmare, but I believe your staff is doing a very good job under the circumstances, okay? About 4 years ago, you guys had a program called Swift Comply, which charged $5 an entry for backflow for backflow entries, and that was a complete disaster. And now you're talking about a program that's going to double that to $10. The folks that you have running this program right now, the program that you are using is used amongst all the other cities. It's called the BMP, okay? And they're doing a very good job at what they're doing because you got to get your records straight. And that is why it has taken them a while. I'm sure you've had some complaints from your citizens, but I can assure you, give your program that you're using right now a chance, okay? Because I do think that in a short period of time, you're going to be where you need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak related to any other agenda items on today's list? Yes, sir. We can go back to back to back, so we don't have to wait for me to call it out again. Just form a line. We'll do rapid fire. After him, I'm going to say the same thing. Is anyone else want to speak today? So just get ready. Yes, sir.
Hello, David Fannin, backflow tester, 905 East 25th Plaza, Panama City, 32405. I would like to concur with Mr. Bill McGinn on the BMP backflow program y'all have in Panama City, which City of Lynn Haven and City of Callaway also has the same program. I think you should stay with the same program. You've only been in that program for about 8 months. These girls that's running this program for you have done a really good job, and we've also tried to assist them in getting information to y'all. I ran a city cross-connection program, Freeport, started it years ago, worked with them 20 years. You can't get any, you have to have more time to get production out of a program than 8 months. Also, he's right, the $10 is going to be passed to your voters, not just customers. They're not going to be happy with that. We already don't charge a lot of money, so we're going to have to pass that on to the customers. But everything Mr. McGinn said, I concur with. So just take in consideration, and I think it's a good program. I just think y'all need to give it a little more time. And I've done that for about 30-something years also. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Anyone else want to speak related to today's agenda items?
Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue. I know when Black Folk Renters started, the state started it. And I wonder how they look for this, even the cities. Y'all not making money out of them. Not one penny more likely you're not making out of it. The plumber's getting rich. The seller is getting rich. That's what it was all started from. Make the company that sells these Black Folk Renters, they get the money. And we have the problem, the one that have them. These Black Folk Renters do not protect the customer. Y'all say what you will or may. They do not protect the customer. All the filter, we get water from the county. All the water filter comes through that Black Folk Renter and go into our house. Y'all don't think about that. It comes into our house. It terminates our house. It do not terminate the city lines. If you can show me where these Black Folk Renters keep a problem from happening on the city side, it do not. It do not. Y'all don't worry about us. We can die. But if we die off, the cities go get broker. Or they ain't gonna have nobody, they pay for Black Folk Renters for them. Then you go charge somebody every 2 years to have them checked. Every 2 years. And then when you have them checked, send us letters, say you need to have it tested. We cannot make the person that testing the Black Folk Renters, they got a lot in town. Then you write us a letter and say, well, if you don't have it tested, we gonna shut your water off. You would have a problem. If you come and shut my water off, because it hadn't been tested and I got somebody to go test it. I can't make that man come there. He got other jobs to do, testing everybody else. You have a problem, you come to my house and shut my water off because my tester ain't got there to fix the problem.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Sapp.
Beverly Sapp, SAPP. I live at 1105 Parker Drive. That's Panama City, Florida, 32401. When I call the city water department and they want to transfer me to Parker, I don't live in Parker, Florida, 32404. I appreciate the city workers, but they need to know. Oh, I don't know why she automatically wanted to take me to Parker. And this is not on the agenda, but I have a water leak. No, y'all have a water leak, I hope. I can't get anyone out. This happened Sunday. I called Monday all day long. I always got a voicemail. I left voicemails, and I did call the water department, and she's the one that wanted to send me to Parker. We have a leak in the middle of Parker Drive. That's in Panama City, Florida. It's running right there. Well, it probably isn't, because by the laundromat, there's a intake or whatever, and it goes into the ditch. I'm always complaining about the, whatever they're called, lift station always running in there. I need some help. Hopefully it's not on my meter, My husband says it's not on my meter, but do we know for sure? But then the thing is, it's the city paying for all this water going down the road, coming here on 11th Street. I need your help. Also, the Commissioner Street and Garrett, they don't, whatever his name is, they don't speak loud enough. I can't hear them. I thought it was my old TV, so I got a new TV. Same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Make sure you get a card. Mr. Sapp worked for the city for a long time. Yeah, Joe Sapp. He can yodel. Anyone else want to speak tonight about the agenda items on the remaining agenda? All right, closing public comments, moving to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept items 9A through 9K?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we are down to Commissioner's Report, 10A. Commissioner Lucas. We jumped forward a bunch, didn't we?
Yes,
That was a lot of comments.
yes.
Thank you, everyone who spoke.
And I would like to echo that sentiment. Thank you all for being here tonight, for speaking. And this is the process. This is part of the process to come and to voice your concerns, for us to hear, listen, and to respond. And so we will. Item 10A, consideration of renaming Flower Avenue between 14th Street to its north end, just south of Andrews Place, to rename it Maybelle Whitfield Way. Mrs. Maybelle Whitfield was born on January 2nd, 1920 in Southport. At the age of 3, her family, led by her grandfather, Charlie Williams, relocated to Panama City. Her earliest memory was crossing the wooden bridge between Southport and Lynn Haven at 3 years old. The family acquired 40 acres. They were one of the pioneer families of a little spot over in St. Andrews called The Hill. And that land was later sold to the Panama Plaza Shopping Center, where Piggly Wiggly is now held. Mrs. Whitfield, her family was instrumental in shaping The Hill. She married Henry Whitfield. They not only purchased land, but also built a home at the corner of Flower and 16th in the heart of The Hill. She lived there until she was called home earlier this year at the age of 105, a testament to the enduring ties that bound her to this special place. She would have been 106 in January 2026. She and her husband Henry raised 10 children who have blessed her with many grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. As Commissioner of Ward 2, it is my distinct honor to ask that this section of Flower Avenue be named Maybelle Whitfield Way in honor of Mrs. Whitfield and the Williams family.
Yes, do I have a motion to rename the road?
So moved.
Do I have a second? I'll make a second. Let's discuss it.
Yeah. Go ahead. You can, if you want to.
Yeah, let's discuss. You want to name it? I think it's a cool idea. I'm supportive of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. If there's any other discussion, call the roll. That was easy.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 10B, Commissioner Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think this is an issue that I probably, I'm guessing, deal with more from my constituents, more so than y'all probably do, because I have a lot of the brand new areas in town. So for those of you online, those of you in the audience who don't know, cross connects are basically anytime you connect into city municipal water source, right? So, but the DEP, which is the state of Florida, provided us with an unfunded mandate for any irrigation meter. So some of you may have irrigation meters, which is a completely separate meter than your house meter. And
Can you clarify what unfunded, like,
unfunded mandate, meaning the state legislature said you will do this, and they didn't give us any money to execute. Or
more things we have to do.
More things that we're gonna have to do with tax dollars that they didn't provide for us. So that's an unfunded mandate, and this is one of them. So being in like Liberty, Sweet Bay, there's different apartment complexes that are in Ward 3 because Ward 3 is the largest ward of just unused land. That's where a lot of the new construction goes. And with new construction, usually they'll put in a irrigation meter, because on an irrigation meter, you don't get charged for sewer because it doesn't go into the sewer. You're just sprinkling it on the yard. So you don't have the extra fees that come along with that. But every 2 years, you have to get the backflow preventer that is on your irrigation meter inspected, which means you have to pay for it. You have to hire one of these two gentlemen or some of the other professionals in town that are certified to inspect and clear that backflow preventer. They then have to upload evidence to something, right? Right now it's a website with the city that the city has that we offer for them to upload to. If that doesn't happen, meaning that they might have come and they might have inspected or and then just didn't upload the paperwork, or if you just forget to do it or kind of put it off and then all of a sudden you're overdue, your water gets shut off, which means that we call a different department and say, hey, we need water shut off at this meter, and that department goes out and turns off the water. Ideally, to that meter. Sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes people's actual house water gets turned off. Now that hasn't happened every time, but it has happened. And guess where I get the complaints, right? They call me and they're like, well, how do I fix this? What's going on? And when your house water is off, you want to know exactly when they're going to be there to turn it back on, right? Well, we don't provide that either. And even when your irrigation meter is turned off, usually you have one of these nice gentlemen here that knows how to do this procedure. They want to know when to be there. We don't do that either. And that's not necessarily on the team that handles this, because it's two separate teams working inside the city. And so I started looking for ways to offload this unfunded thing that the state gave us. And right now, everybody in the city of Panama City pays for this. Whether you have an irrigation meter, whether you have a backflow preventer, you're paying for it through the taxes that you pay. And so this is an efficiency move that I was starting to seek out, which would take it for only the people who have these meters would then pay a little bit more, yes, but it would take it off of everybody else in the city and only for those folks. Simultaneously, was looking at, well, I mean, one of the problems that I was told about was that the city would send letters, but they're not certified letters, they're just letters. So if you don't get the letter in the mail and you happen to forget after 2 years that you're due, you might forget, and then your water meter gets turned off. And so I was looking for a better way to communicate with those people who actually have irrigation meters, and so that they don't get turned off. Well, as part of this process, I did find that it was the backflow preventer cross-connect portion, especially the residential portion. I believe the commercial side, there wasn't a real big issues there. It was mostly just the residential side. It was a mess, and the staff has done a very good job at fixing that mess and putting it into this BPM software, which we've only had a year. We pay for this software every year. I think it's $4,000 plus.
We all pay for the
Everybody,
software.
the
Yeah.
city pays for
Yeah.
the software. And we pay for the salaries of the individuals that are doing this to some partial degree, of which I was suggesting to staff that if we did move forward with this software proposal, that we just reutilize those employees within the FOG program and elsewhere. Nobody's looking to lose their job over this. So that's where I was at as part of this. I believe there was an email that was circulated that y'all received that came up with alternatives, like just charging people if they're overdue instead of turning off their water meter, which would have been a great solution a year ago when I brought these issues forward. So that is something that's kind of a very unfortunate. I wish that some of those solutions would have bubbled up. Bubbled up. The mayor loves to bubble things up. Wish some of these solutions would have bubbled up, 12 months ago when I started looking at this and looking at efficiencies. Basically, the proposal is that to the citizen, there would be the individual citizen, there would be an increase. However, there would be multiple facets by which they would be communicated with if we move forward with the contractor. The contractor itself does not actually do anything other than the software piece. So it's still incumbent upon the folks that want to continue to work in Panama City doing the backflow inspections. They would still be required to go out and do the backflow inspections and just upload to a different website. The fee is charged to them, which of course they do pass along to the customer. There's nothing new there. That's not new under the sun. But the idea is that we would take two city employees and be able to utilize them in a more efficient manner, pass along the cost of the software, so we would gain back the $4,000 to $5,000 a year fee that the city has to pay for this, and hand it off to a company that can send certified letters. So when the person says, I didn't receive it, I don't want to pay this bill, well, we got a certified letter with your signature on it that says you paid for it. Anyway, that's what I wanted to bring before y'all, because I can't talk to you about it outside of this meeting, and you believe you have all the proposal there, so that's where I'm at.
Yeah, we as the city is being asked to do more and more regulations, build more building codes, more fire codes, more grease traps, more things to inspect. And every email that this entity sends spends your money, and it gets taken from parks, it gets taken from other uses, and so I love the idea of a more efficient way that we can work. Better software, probably more automation than we're currently doing. Part of bubbling things up as policy directors, we're not in the day-to-day, although we get blamed for everything in the day-to-day, including moving Christmas parades and drone shows. But I always want to know what policies that we've created that are issues, and I had no idea that backflow. I get lots of water meter disputes and concerns and water, those kind of, but I didn't even know that the backflow preventer was an issue. I wish there was like a scorecard that we could send to Jonathan each week of like, here's the 12 things that we heard about, or and that way we could know what each other are getting via email, because I don't know what you get complaints about, I don't know what you get complaints about. And so this was, it's very interesting, but definitely surprised me as one of the things that we should be focused on. So.
Yeah, again, I think, I know that we got the numbers of how many backflow preventers, but they're not put into the system by ward, because why would they?
Sure.
But I mean, there's a lot of folks that I've dealt with, especially in Liberty and in Sweet Bay, that have had issues with notifications or the wrong meter getting turned off. And again, these don't necessarily fall on one particular team within the city, but I even had one where a group of folks got a letter basically saying that we're going to shut off your backflow preventer if you don't get it inspected, and they didn't even have one. And again, that wasn't necessarily on the staff that deals with this. They were just doing what they were supposed to be doing. But You know, it's definitely, it was a mess, it's come a long way. I'm just looking at trying to find efficiencies.
So I guess my question is, you know, what would these other two, does FOG need 2 more people? I mean, that's the question
It's
that
the
I guess
same
I've got.
folks.
Oh, it's the
Yeah.
same. it's the
FOG
same
and
people.
Cross Connect
Okay.
are the same folks.
So they're already dual employed into
Yes.
different departments. I got you. Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't know if we want to give a timeline maybe to correct and see if we can't get everything fully implemented. I mean, a year is typically what we've tried to give things before. Do we want to give the next 90 days and say, hey, you got to get through your backlog. If you can't get through your backlog, then we move to something different?
Well, I think this potentially even ties into budget season in this late spring as we're going through it, as another mechanism because we have to refocus some money with interest rates. So yeah, I'm up for those discussions. I don't want to make a big decision tonight that disrupts staff and processes, but I'm still curious on what all they would do, and a demo of their software would be interesting.
I do understand that big things don't change easily. So that's sometimes, you know, until you're faced with the opportunity of saying, oh, hey, this may change if I don't get through these things, that might add some motivation to actually finish that. I know we've been talking about getting MXU reports and several things. It's not just, we're talking about backflows, but we've got water meter issues, we've got other things. I would love to see an update, and I think that, you know, look, if we're still sitting here a year after executing this contract on this software, and we are still having issues, then yeah, it should bubble up here for further discussion and making changes. So we're at 9 months right now. That's 90 days. It'll be right in the middle of our budget season, and or when we start looking at that, I think it's a great opportunity to look at, you know, whatever options there are.
Are there other companies other than the Aqua Group, Aqua Backflow?
I'm sure there are.
So if we were to move in that direction, we would be asking for an RFP, as we've done in the past with unsolicited proposals.
Not necessarily. I mean, this is no cost to the city, so there's no dollar amounts.
But it's still what's it called, one source?
This is more akin to.
Sole source, right.
This is more akin to like a professional service, which is a different procurement policy. Even if this were the $4,500 for the other vendor or this particular company, it'd be a professional service, so you wouldn't have to RFP.
Yeah.
I mean, out of approximately 2,000 meters that, you know, we've only got about 100 locked right now, so it's a pretty small number. If it's a matter of that, I mean, we can start certifying the letters rather than just doing standard U.S. Postal Service to, you know, the ones that are potentially going to have challenges. I mean, that's one thing to do. I mean, we know we have an in-house, you know, I don't know what type of in-house. I know we have postal, you know, we can print postage in-house. I don't know if we can certify that. I think it's probably more of a logistics question. Yep, we can. So we can certify letters. You know,
now you're talking about expending more money when I'm looking for efficiencies.
Well, I mean,
That's kind of
somebody's
the
going to have
opposite
to,
direction.
I mean, somebody, I guess what I'd say is out of 100 out of 2,000, I guess from staff's perspective, it's a very small number that.
Those are the ones that are currently locked.
Currently
not the ones
locked,
that
correct.
went overdue and then scrambled and got it undone.
I
And
think that number was like maybe around 160 out of the 2,000, so.
I'm fine waiting for a budget process, but what I would like us to do tonight is to change the way that we handle overdue accounts. Because I think sending somebody out to go lock a meter has absolutely caused issues for citizens out there that had nothing to do with that particular meter. You know, the guy just got the wrong meter, right? I mean, it happens. So what I would rather do is I would rather pursue us just charging, just because apparently that's an option as well. We can just charge extra money instead of while they're out of compliance, because that's what the DEP does to us. They charge us. They hit us with a fine when they come and they look at our books and they see that, oh, this person doesn't have a backflow prevent. I mean, we get hit with fines. So I would like some kind of, I mean, if you're not ready to move to another contract without going through a budget cycle, I understand.
I'd like to see a 60-day presentation, in 60 days of what we've changed and how we've improved that department. That's kind of something I've asked for with other departments of, I want to see reoccurring presentations on here's how we're getting better all the time. And so maybe that's February, sometime mid-February, we're presented back of what data's lacking to be added and what improvements we made in that department to overcome, to match the service.
I do just want to make sure that we acknowledge, like, hey, when we talk about 160, we talk about 100 people. Yeah, it's over a course of, almost 20,000 meters. But to that 100 people, like, it's like a major deal when you don't have your water. And
Mr.
so,
Henry told us already.
so I think that's a piece that, like, yes, I would like to see improvement in that. And I don't mean a year's worth of waiting to see that improvement. I'd like to see it, in an immediate, more fashion.
So the city tends to operate with a club whenever people are out of the standard that we've set, and I would much rather not do that in this situation. So I don't know what a reasonable fee would be. So I'm looking to staff on what a reasonable fee would be for that.
I mean, it's only $30 to unlock it, so, I mean, I don't know that I would probably suggest more than $10 a month. I mean,
Why not $30 a month?
I mean, I'm happy to do that if you guys support that. I mean, absolutely.
What is DEP going to fine us? 500 a day.
Yes.
Wow.
So that's $500 a day after December 31st, when our entire cross-connection program is supposed to be in spec. So that's our entire utility system. We could do it for the average cost of a backflow inspection, but that's something our residential customers are only going to see once every 2 years. The last time I had mine done, and I know there's a lot of backflow testers in the room, mine was a year ago. The rates may have been cheaper, but mine was $35.
Yeah, I had a constituent who paid $480 for her backflow to be inspected.
Inspection or install?
The inspection.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we thought it was installed, and we thought she'd hired a plumber to put stuff in. No, it was inspected.
Wow.
Yeah.
She got taken advantage of.
She did. She got taken advantage of.
And that's,
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'll leave that one alone for now. But
I would suggest something that somebody would notice in their bill, something as low as $5. If they're not an estimated customer, may come across as just increased usage if they're only looking at the bottom line, so there's that to consider as well. Because at the end of the day, we want to drive compliance, and we're not looking to penalize them, but we want them to notice.
So I just want to make sure I understood. So as of December 31st, if we do not lock a meter, you're telling me there's a $500 fine that's associated to the city. Is that
We have two
literally
options.
what you guys are?
We can lock the meter, or we can fine the customer.
But we can fine if we fine, then we don't have to pay the 500?
We still would. It's a compliance issue. So if all of our.
Can I get a copy of this? This just doesn't seem.
Well, we can distribute the consent order
Can we
from
have staff
DEP.
come back to us like in 30 days or something?
yeah, let's have. I would like to make a motion that staff comes back within the second meeting of January to give us options on this, because just shutting off the meters is causing too many issues.
And I'd also like to see this copy of this $500 if we don't shut off the meter thing. That's concerning, so.
Okay, we got a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, let's take till 7:15, a recess till 7:15.
Reject the parking lot as shown. Give public feedback on the design of the parking
All right, we're getting started.
And proceed forward with building exterior.
All right, please take your seats. We want to get done before midnight. Anybody want peanuts? Please take your seats. We're missing some people. Commissioner Lucas. All right. All right. We're going to get started with Commissioner Street on Truesdale Park.
All right. So basically, I put this on the agenda because I'd like us to take action just for clarity. I've made a verbal commitment, but obviously I can't make a commitment without the board's support for that. And so what I'm asking for is I want to kind of step back to the beginning. And so there's a lot more public feedback to gather. There's a lot more things that are coming up. So what I'm asking for is a rejection of the parking lot as shown, that's gone out before, a reopening of public feedback on alternative designs for the parking, grounds, park amenities. And we do have an exterior grant that's from the state. I know that there's been proposals that have talked about potentially using that privately or with a nonprofit group. If you guys could please explain what that funding is limited to, as well as, who has to execute that. I don't think there's literally a way for us to transfer any funding even in that. Am I correct in my understanding?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. So we've got some hometown revitalization program dollars. And if you go back, it was kind of the end of 2024. The whole issue around Truesdale was addressed, in that, and we highlighted the funding source for that. I know that, there's been comments that, the Truesdale, that the parking lot proposed was for Oaks by the Bay. You and I both know that's not correct. It's, that's a fairly large clubhouse, and to be able to maximize parking for community events to that end. So we have the HRP money for the parking lot. And then we also have a second kind of bucket of money for HRP, and that's Hometown Revitalization Program. And it's for components on the exterior of the building, but also the HVAC, the electrical for that purpose, and also doors and windows. The roof is fine, but what we want to do is wrap the building with the kind of that hardy board that's kind of become pretty standard. We've done it over at Daffin. We've done it at some of our lift stations. We've done it at some of our other parks to kind of make that, a beautiful piece. And then there are the broader plans that Florida Architects has done for us as well to further build out that Truesdale Park as a community center. And so, but those are grant monies for the city of Panama City. They're specific use, especially the one for the building itself. It'll do a little sidewalk around it. It'll, kind of connect it with the parking lot or connect it with the sidewalk around Chestnut, or 10th or 9th to that end. So those are grant funds that the city has received, and much like the other HRP projects that we're doing in Glenwood and St. Andrews and downtown, that's something the city has to basically expend, and we'll have to go out and competitively bid for it. Much like we did the parking lot, because we do know it'll be over $100,000.
So I guess with that, what I'm really asking is to be able to take a step back and kind of restart the public input process again. And really, now that everyone's attention's on it, is allow people to have a voice at the table for that. And so, with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to the extent of that we reject the parking lots as shown. We reopen public feedback with alternative designs for parking, grounds, and park amenities, and proceed forward with the grant-funded exterior improvements on Truesdale specifically. So,
can you restate the motion?
I can't because I wrote it down.
So
do you want me to write it again? All right, it's to reject the parking lot as shown. Reopen feedback on alternative designs for parking, grounds, and park amenities, and proceed forward with the exterior building improvements that are tied to this grant from the state for exterior improvement. That doesn't answer all the questions. There's still some questions that are lingering in that process, but I think it gives us enough time to walk through this process and still see progress so that it doesn't look like an eyesore to the community, and, walk a very good, kind of open process to I'm cautiously optimistic that there may be some business owners that step up and are willing to help as well, in which that's encouraging to hear as well.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just for clarity, you're only talking about rejecting the design. You don't want us to formally reject the bid, correct?
Yeah, what I'm asking you guys to do is to go back with alternative designs. Now, depending upon that feedback, that may actually be what has to happen. But, the point is to give everyone an opportunity to speak into what will be there, how many spaces, what it looks like, that kind of stuff. So I think that's what the community's really asked for, is an opportunity to shape what is going to be there. And that is what the community shall have.
How can we not rebid it if we're going to redesign it?
We don't know. It might be that is the end result. However, the bid is good for 60 days, and it could be extended even further with the consent of the bidder. But the unit price for paving, it's possible that depending on what the redesign looks like, you might be able to use the same unit price and award the bid and change order number 1 if the low bidder agrees at the same time. It might not be possible based upon the end result of the redesign. So it was, my understanding is to reject the design. The bid stays, and then depending on whether it will not be awarded, though, until we come back, and it'll either be rejected, or if it is accepted, it would be with an amendment or an addendum to that bid.
How many bidders were there?
5?
Bidders.
No, yeah, 7 or 8. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, I could see that being an issue.
So the only thing I'll add is all these alternatives will be smaller than what has been bid. And so, that's also an aspect. We're not expanding scope in this. If anything, we'll be reducing it. So.
All right, we got a first and a second. Any other discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We are to 11A, City Clerk.
Number 11 is the notice of vacancy on the Panama City Planning Board. The Panama City Planning Board has one position for the mayor's appointee available as a result of the changes associated with ordinance number 3284. Terms for members appointed because of the change will begin on January 1st, 2026. The city clerk has received one application from Lynn Cherry. Mr. Mayor?
I would love to nominate Lynn Cherry.
All right.
Or, is that how that works? We got a motion on that.
Excuse me? Oh.
She was here. It's okay. We don't need her. I
He
started.
just nominated her. Do we need to do a motion?
Okay, yes, I believe it'd be appropriate for
So I
a
make the motion or someone else does?
You could make the nomination, then there is a motion to confirm that
I'll motion to
nomination.
confirm your nomination.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Yes.
Yes.
And John, we're to item 12, Jonathan, and Commissioner Lucas would like to move up the MLK discussion if possible.
Okay.
I'll have a motion to move
12J to 12
12J to
become 12A.
12A.
Okay.
I'll
Second.
All right, please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Item 12J, now item 12A, is consideration to approve facility access and membership proposal for the MLK Junior Rec Center. As background information for the Commission's review, attaches the decision memo outlining the proposed MLK Junior Recreation Facility access and membership structure. The new center includes a fitness center, gymnasium, STEM lab, teaching, kitchen, arts and crafts studio, multi-purpose rooms, and outdoor recreation areas. Staff reviewed national benchmarks, peer communities, and NRPA's CAPRA accredited standards of development, recommended membership rates, program access, and rental fees. That stands for the National Recreation and Parks Association, Commission for Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies. General entry to the facility will remain free, with specialty spaces available throughout scheduled programs. Fitness memberships will provide access to the fitness center and open play gym times, while youth ages 17 and under will receive free membership. The proposal also introduces both free and fee-based programs, community open gym days, and Phase 1 rental rates for rooms and fields. A youth volunteer incentive program, MLK Bucks, is also being explored and will be presented under a separate proposal at a later time for the Commission's approval. Staff recommendation through the Director of the Parks, Culture, and Recreation Department and the MLK Junior Rec Center Manager is that the Commission approve this submitted proposal as outlined in the attached decision memo to become effective January 1st of 2026. Mr. Mayor? I will point out, too, that we do have Mr. Myrle and Mr. Elliott are here, and they're happy to address the Commission and answer any questions if you so desire. Sir.
Thank you.
Or ma'am.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
Mayor. So, we've heard from the community tonight, and I'll own not having put this out before yesterday. I would like us to consider the ideas that have been presented here tonight, and that we would make fees effective March 1, which would give us an opportunity to meet with the community. I want to commend the staff for the work that's gone into creating this proposal. This is not, what we're proposing is not unlike what is happening at other rec centers throughout the state. Looking at the Ocala Mary Rich Center and at Reed Place, which is one of our models. We visited there, I had a chance to talk with staff. They have fees. So I think just having the opportunity for the community to have a say in what it is that we implement and giving us time to do that. I echo the sentiments that yesterday was a beautiful day. It was, as I said then, for me, like Christmas Day, that it was that was open. And I didn't think it would be better for the grand opening, but oh, it will be so much better for the grand opening. So, colleagues, I would like you to consider an effective date, March 1, with any revisions to come back from staff in February, at a February meeting.
Do we need to discuss tonight any apprehensions so they can take those conversations forward, or do we want to, how can they work the best, giving clarity to them?
So I think certainly we heard the apprehensions coming from the public. If we would like to add or suggest something so that they know our positions,
Yeah.
I think that would be good as well.
I'll start. I have apprehension. I love the concept. I initially loved the theory of a radius around a neighborhood or a ward, but then that creates a sort of, that's our park and not your park, and then that creates, well, where's my MLK Rec Center? And I want this to be a park and a facility for everyone, where everyone feels welcome. And so I'm kind of apprehensive about any sort of neighborhood-esque pricing. Because, I get from the interior, your ward says, well, where's our rec center? Where's our thing? But I want everyone to feel like they belong there. The other thing that kind of first glance, and one of the citizens kind of touched on it, not when you charge a parent, and I'm not saying we don't, I'm saying you get less parents there, which is more just lots and lots of kids with no supervision. And so I almost want to reward parents for coming. Money has to flow somehow to maintain the thing. And so I don't want to discourage parents. I don't want them to just simply drop children off and be like, see you in 6 hours. I don't necessarily want that either. So that's just some apprehensions I have in general.
So one of the apprehensions that I have about the suggestion of waiting till March is that we heard tonight that some folks felt like the rug was being pulled out from underneath them. I think that if we open the facility and we don't have something in place, then all of a sudden, at a date certain we do, I think we're going to hear a lot more of people saying that they felt like the rug was pulled out from underneath them. So that's just one concern that I have.
Yeah, they were taking something from,
Exactly.
you're taking something free from us.
I do agree, though, that the facility does need to function. And so I think a lot of what we heard tonight was an emotional response to the fee structure. But I heard several complaints that they can't afford $5 a day, and I don't think that we're expecting anybody to pay $5 a day. And so I think there's just an education piece that goes along with that, that if you're going to go there every day, the $100 a year membership is probably the way you should go, and we can set a payment plan for that. And I don't know what you can get for $100 a year. Right. I mean that's I have no idea what you can get for $100 a year. I mean that's incredibly low. And if they're a member, then they don't pay the $5, correct? I'm looking at staff.
That's correct.
That's correct.
If
That's
you're a
what I mean.
member, that's $8.33 a month.
Oh, I'm looking at him.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Jared.
So
That's
thank you.
okay.
So the idea is that if you're gonna
Okay, that's right.
if you're gonna utilize this often, then the membership is the way to go, and that's it's just incredibly cheap. And I think that a lot of people probably mixed the two up and thought that they were going to have to pay for a membership and also pay $5 a day, which would be incredibly horrible. I would never support that. I don't think anybody up here would. But I don't think that's what staff has brought to us. So, yeah, I'm fine with it as the way it is. I just think there probably should just be a bit more education behind it. And I think people just haven't had time to digest it and see how it works.
I think there's actually a step between the two. You know, a lot of places do like first 30 days free just to get people in the doors, trying the place. And if we're opening in early January, we could easily say mid-January. We could always say first 30 days. Here is what's coming. Here's a big poster at the door with very clear expectations. But that does give us 3 or 4 weeks, although it's the holiday season, to reach out to people to fully explain, to put it out.
Well, the other thing is the opportunity for staff to incorporate what they've heard from, and then to get it back to us. So when we open January 16th, we will already have had one meeting. So it would either be January 20th or the first meeting in February, so that we could incorporate whatever additional changes they would like to have.
Yeah.
So that was one of the reasons for suggesting a later time.
Robbie's raising his hand over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, thank you, Josh. I'm just over here silent in the corner. I appreciate it. I do have. Is Mr. Elliott still in the chambers? And if so, I'd like to hear from him about what he came. I know that Commissioner Lucas went and visited down at Ocala, but how he feels about this and how he came up with these numbers, and does what he heard tonight. Is there anything that he thinks could change, be massaged a little bit to go along with what we heard from the public? Is that possible?
Yeah, so before you get started, there was one more kind of like
I'm sorry, can you just name and title for the public and online? Thanks.
Yeah, Javian Elliott, MLK Junior Recreation Center Manager.
So there was one more kind of misunderstanding that I heard tonight, and that was the fees to use the basketball court, right? Like there was a fee for that. I think a lot of people applied that to themselves as individuals rather than, hey, I want to reserve the entire court like somebody would reserve the entire garden club, right? And that's correct me if I'm wrong, that was the direction that staff was looking at, is like if an organization comes in and says, hey, I want to have the entire court or this particular part reserved for me and my organization, that they have to pay the fee. Right.
We didn't put anything in place to reserve the indoor court, but the outdoor basketball court, that was already within the system for if you wanted to rent Oakland Terrace. And I just transferred that over to MLK, and that's only for organized, if you want to get a tournament and you don't want anyone else to utilize the outdoor basketball court, to just openly walk up and use the court, you do not have to pay.
The Nevin Zimmerman Classic.
So if Nevin Zimmerman and the mayor want to go have like a dunk contest, like
Hey.
just by themselves, they don't have to pay anything
7 foot
extra
goal.
to go do that.
7
right?
foot
Mr. Nevin,
Charge admission.
Mr. Nevin already challenged me to play horse. So that's
He's a sleeper. You got to watch him. Yeah.
There will be a fee
I don't know,
for-
I've been told
Can
I
you
can't bid on
charge
the
admission?
slide, so I don't think they ought to play basketball. HR?
If that dunk contest does happen, there will be a fee for EMS presence.
Yeah, there will be. Knee replacements.
But Commissioner Hughes asked if you would share your insights into the fee structure that you proposed.
Absolutely. Just having comparisons based on, the regional facilities, Dothan, Fort Walton, Ocala. I kind of just benchmarked them out of all of the regional ones and kind of put together something that we could have collectively that would fit us as a community. Our goal was never to charge people to walk in. That was nothing, I'm not sure how that was communicated, but that was never part of the plan.
Or to play on the playground.
Yeah, or to play on the playground. General facility access is free. However, through classes, programs, tournaments, like those things, we would charge for those. For the actual fitness center membership, it is only for the fitness center as well as open gym for basketball, volleyball, and pickleball, with the option to have a balance of weekly or monthly free open gym play. So we want to have that balance of, hey, we want everyone to come in the building, as well as being able to have a membership. So I would anticipate, like, when we have those free weekly or monthly, whatever rate we choose to go with, those will be the peak times for open gym play. So that was just kind of the thought process behind presenting that.
Could we roll out a video using our new video specialist and explaining the cost structure and the examples, and then giving you 30 days to reach out to the public to get feedback and say, here's what, and frame the whole thing as, here's what we're proposing. This is the first time any of us have talked about it. So that gives Janice time to go out and get feedback from the community, us to make possible adjustments. I want to blow the doors off the place. Like, I want kids flying in and out of the place. I want to be able to replace the hinges when they get blown off.
If you looked at those hinges, you're not blowing those.
Those are some, I need to know. What you were like, wow, the hinges are huge.
Those are pinch hinges.
Yeah.
I think what Commissioner Lucas suggested of March 1st.
Another question that I have, guys. If I may, another question that I have is, remember that we discussed that we have a savings account for the operational expenses. I want to make sure that our fee structure is not helping supplement the operational expenses of that the fee structure is going back into programming, whereas we're gonna have our budgeting for that, for the operation of it, and this is separate from that. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think that's our intent. There's going to be a lot of expenses on material. Those 3D printers are going to need resin. There's going to be a lot of supplies needed, STEM kits, software for computers. There'll be licenses for some of the recording studio software. So the goal is to have those items be paid for out of these recurring revenue. Additionally, basketballs, volleyballs, those sporting equipment things, they need to be replaced periodically, and so that's what we're looking to do, is just some sort of cost recovery that's a best practice in this Parks and Rec industry.
On that subject, I'll communicate what my considerations are. Obviously, I want to keep the cost as low as possible, especially for young people, and that includes these events and activities are happening that. So what I would love to see, maybe there's a partnership with Gulf Coast. They've got a recording program. Can we share software? Can we find a way to implement with people that are already supplying that to just integrate it so we don't have to charge for those things? I mean, that would be the ideal situation, as we make it a community center that all of our love and care kind of goes into from everyone. Personally, I don't, and maybe I've missed this, but I have not gotten an operational budget for MLK yet. Do we have that yet?
Yeah.
We do? Can we?
That was my next question, Josh. Do we have that?
Yeah, so like what I'm processing through is like, okay, we're halfway through this year, and so we're approaching that point. So now I'm thinking through next budget year, what do we need to absorb inside the budget, as well as there's this fee structure that's happening here too. And so I'd just like to see those side by side. Like, are all the programs like being funded by fees, or are we operationally funding some of those programs? Like, I just like to see the big picture, if that makes sense.
Fair enough.
So, but yeah, I think it's great. It was beautiful. I mean, walking through, it's an incredibly impressive facility. I just want to see as many young people that can use it, and adults and seniors too. I mean, I don't want to exclude anybody from the benefit of a public facility. To just one more point, what Alan was saying about like different areas of the city, I'm not unopposed to people that are outside the city paying a different rate than people inside the city. So like, but I would hate to see people from Drummond Park not be able to participate in MLK Rec Center the same way as people in Glenwood or the Hill or Millville or the Cove or wherever. So.
Commissioner Street, I do want to add to your point with shared software and working with Gulf Coast State College. Javian, with his leadership, has reached out to the FSU STEM Lab.
Great.
And they're going to teach us how to use these 3D printers that some of them are even jealous over.
Right, because they don't have the standard that we have.
Correct. Yeah, we've got some printers that they're drooling over. But so we've already started that effort. We've made inroads and made introductions with both Keith Myrle and Mr. Elliott to Glenn McDonald as well this last week. So we're working down that path.
And include us, like from an elected official standpoint. I mean, sometimes people ask, is there anything we can do for the city? I mean, I'd love to know what that is so I can answer that question. And, and I think the same thing goes whether it be with FSU, whether it be with, foundations or anything like that exists. So just let us know what's needed before we get to budget.
Non-resident adult, under the proposed rate, a non-resident adult is $200 per year, which is still incredibly cheap compared to what the value that you're getting out of the rec center. So we might have to bump that one up.
So and I would add, I think highlighting what will be free and what we're charging for and breaking that down, I think will be very helpful because I think
because I didn't understand it.
You'll be very surprised. Like an adult spectator to go watch their kid play basketball, we're not going to charge them. So there's a lot of things that we'll flesh out in that report back.
The other question that was raised was about the new market tax credit dollars. We are still actively pursuing the $4 to $6 million for the new market tax credit. I don't know if legal has an update for us on that. If not, if you could bring it to us in January.
Yep. Well, I can bring you one, but there is, you have 2 years from the date of completion to get your new market tax credits in. And we've been pursuing them. We're continuing to. We feel like there's an opportunity in the next few months, and that doesn't solve all the issues, but it will plug $4 to $6 million hole in the construction cost.
That's not really directly relevant to the operation, so I think that's what was maybe.
Yeah, the thought was that we could
correct.
perhaps use those.
Yeah.
But I think it is an opportunity for us to reach out to foundations and corporations that might want to establish a fund for those who may not qualify. I hear the concerns, working 2 jobs, working 3 jobs. For some people, $100. For many people, $100 extra is a consideration, and we could have a fund for that, which I think also is what happens in other communities. But we do need a fee structure for this new facility. And so just want to give the community the breadth to understand fully what it is that we're doing and that we can tamp down those misconceptions about what we're charging for.
I do just want to get some direction from the commission. I did hear some folks state that they thought it should be 100% free. I'm not sensing that there's agreement that the facility should be 100% free from this body.
I mean, I would like to exhaust every other option before having to charge for, and by that what I mean is, if we've got professors at Gulf Coast or at FSU that are willing to come and teach recording, if we can find those solutions, like that's what I would rather before we get into, you know, a fee situation, but that doesn't mean I'm opposed to a fee either, so.
And also in the report, I think it would be interesting. I think he came up with a pretty good program of MLK bucks, I think it is, and having the public understand, because somebody did bring up volunteering to taking out the trash. That if they can understand how they can earn points that can go towards a membership, I think that's also beneficial, so that the public, that moms and dads understand, and their kids can help earn some of that money, so that they go there and play and have a good time as well. Teaches a little. How to get ahead at the same time, so I would like to hear some of that as well.
That can also address the concern that one of the parents raised about the cost of the food at the concession stand and whether.
Yes, ma'am, exactly.
Affordable. So.
Yep.
We have a motion on the table to table this discussion until March, is that correct?
To enact whatever fee structures in March that staff would bring back to us prior, at a commission meeting prior to March 1.
Would you modify your motion to include the mayor's just 30-day kind of education program where it's free for 30 days from the day we open, and letting people know, hey, this is what's coming?
That's about the same time period, because
Yeah.
it opens January 16th.
The commissioner's correct. That's pretty much what you're having. So it opens up January 16th. If we don't start collecting fees till March 1st, you've pretty much made it free for 6 weeks.
But I'd like lots of comms and a poster at the front door, so everyone,
All that
for like 30
is gonna
days,
happen,
60,
yeah.
like way before people
Or just March 1st. Hey, March 1st, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, plenty of time.
And you
But
can-
we will have a proposal back to us that we actually enact prior to that.
Got it.
And you can actually even start kind of telling people, hey, this would be this, but, right now it's free. However y'all want to work that, I guess.
Yeah.
It'd be helpful for us to get that back to the board as soon as possible, so we can begin advertising what that new fee structure is. Might I suggest before the center opens?
But I would also suggest that whatever we're going to use to register people, that they get that process is put in place. They get their membership that expires February 28th.
So then they're going to have the proposal to us before the 16th.
Yeah, that's January 13th.
Okay, I'm good with that.
They can do it.
Yeah.
January
I believe
13th.
All right.
I have a first.
Well, the concern that I had for that was that would we have had time to meet with community prior to January 13th with the holidays and so forth?
12 days.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see the proposal. I'm not against, but for community to have input, if we had it, that second meeting in January.
The second meeting in January, which is what date?
It would be the 27th.
So the 27th we'd be voting on something.
Yes.
That works for me.
Any concerns on your end?
Sorry, what was
Any
that?
concerns on your end? Probably not that you dare them here, but.
No. Just let me know what I need to have it done by, and that's the first meeting in January. Open to speaking with the community.
I feel we could have it by the 13th. We could announce
Well,
meetings now
Janice's point is she wants
after
time
the
to-
new year. I mean,
time-
we
time
announce
to-
it now after the new year, so we could have a meeting like January 3rd or 4th, and then another one the following week in advance of it. You could have two meetings the first couple of weeks of January.
And the opportunity, well, no, the rec won't be open.
Then you could announce it then we could announce at the actual grand opening what was decided, if we have it to you by the 13th. You're never going to have any more attention than we have that day with all the people that are going to be there.
Exactly, which is why I want to use that day to make sure people know that they can weigh in.
Yes.
And just
That
as
it's
a
not-
reminder, the agenda deadline is January 5th for the 13th.
Yeah.
What now?
Correct?
The agenda deadline is the 5th, not the 13th.
Correct.
Correct.
So it would have to be ready by the 5th. So,
So the
Merry
very strong
Christmas.
sentiment that I heard was that the community felt blindsided. So giving them the
Yeah.
opportunity to weigh in and also for us to clarify the misconceptions.
I agree with Janice. We got to figure out how to do that first, and not too quickly.
All right, so what's the time frame?
And so the deadline for the agenda on for the meeting of the 13th is the 5th of January. We could figure out something this week, but given Janice's concerns, we could go the second meeting of January as well. well.
Second meeting in January.
We'll have plenty of time to advertise and really push the word out and give our communications team ample time to get those materials together.
And as was just said, we're going to have the attention on the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. And that's when people can weigh in, but also gives us the opportunity to set up a fund for those who need the extra.
Do you need to clarify your motion? Is everyone going to?
What is the?
I have a, to push the effective date of the fee structure to March 1st, and with any revisions due to this body on January 27th.
That works?
Yes.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Vote none. Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We're on 12A.
Thank you.
Consideration to approve budget amendment 2025-1216.1 to accept and expend funds from the fiscal year 2026 Florida Department of Transportation grant for drug recognition expert, DRE, call out overtime reimbursement. As background information, the Panama City Police Department has been awarded up to $2,200 to an FDOT grant to reimburse overtime costs associated with DRE callouts. These funds support officer response to incidents requiring specialized impairment assessments. Staff recommendation to the Chief of Police is that the City Commission approve this request and the accompanying budget amendment resolution.
Do I have a
Mr. Mayor?
motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
12B.
Nevin?
Nothing.
He's got a budget amendment 12 alpha.
Yes, I apologize for the delay.
Don't be blaming me for this meeting.
This is on you.
Resolution number 2025-1216.1, a resolution
Hey,
providing
Ken.
for the budgeting of capital funds.
Item 12B is consideration to approve budget amendment 2025-1216.2 to accept and expend funds for fiscal year 2026 and to ratify Florida Department of Law Enforcement Identity Theft and Fraud Prevention granting the amount of $10,000. As background information, the Panama City Police Department was awarded $10,000 to an FDLE grant to support identity theft and fraud investigations. The funds will be used toward the purchase of a storage device and software license to assist in recovering digital evidence for law enforcement purposes. Staff recommendation to the Chief of Police is that the Commission approve this request. Mr. Mayor?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has adopted Resolution 2025-1216.2, a resolution providing for the budgeting of capital funds.
Item 12C is consideration to approve budget amendment 2025-1216.3 to accept and expend funds for fiscal year 2026 FDOT speed and aggressive driving grant in the amount of $34,000. As background information, the Panama City Police Department applied for and was awarded $34,000 from the FDOT. These funds will be used for overtime reimbursement for officers participating in speed and aggressive driving initiatives, as well as for the purchase of 6 speed measurement devices. These initiatives support high visibility overtime enforcement of speed limits and public education on the safety risks associated with excessive speed and aggressive driving. Staff recommendation to the Chief of Police is that the Commission approve this request. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has adopted Resolution 2025-1216.3, a resolution providing for the budgeting of capital funds.
Item 12D is consideration to approve budget amendment 2025-1216.4 for the Panama City Community Redevelopment Agency to purchase a barricade trailer for the Panama City Police Department in the amount of $9,316.00. As background information, the Panama City Police Department currently deploys pedestrian barricades during community events, festivals, and other activities to enhance crowd management and to ensure pedestrian safety. These barricades are essential for maintaining controlled access, creating safe walking areas, and supporting coordinated emergency response during high-traffic events. While the police department previously purchased the barricades, there is a need for a dedicated trailer to safely store, transport, and deploy them as part of event operations. The Panama City CRA has agreed to fund the purchase of barricade trailers to support those ongoing efforts within the CRA districts. Staff recommendation is through the Chief of Police and the CRA Executive Directors that the Commission approve this request. I'll just add that the amount of this is well within my limit as the CRA Executive Director, and we will donate this to the Police Department, but a budget amendment is still necessary to document that transfer. Mr. Mayor?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission adopted Resolution 2025-1216.4, a resolution providing for the amendment of the approved fiscal year 25-26 budget to accept and expend funds from the Panama City CRAs to purchase a barricade trailer for the police department.
Item 12E is consideration to approve the contract with Inland Construction and Engineering, or ICE, to perform subsidence repairs at the downtown Marina T Dock, and to approve Budget Amendment Resolution 2025-1216.5 in the amount of $70,000, $650.00. This amount includes ICE's fee of $65,650.00 and the city direct purchase of the repair materials for $5,000. Relevant background information is included in your packet. And staff recommendation through the Director of Public Works and the city's engineering division is that the commission approve the contract to authorize ICE to perform the subsidence repairs and to approve the associated budget amendment and to authorize the city manager to sign any necessary paperwork to execute. Mr. Mayor?
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
And a second.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has adopted Resolution 2025-1216.5, a resolution providing for the budgeting of capital funds.
Item 12F is consideration to approve the special event permit for the Panama City Farmers Market scheduled to take place every Saturday from January through December of 2026 from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at McKenzie Park, sponsored by Anchored Market Ventures and the Downtown Improvement Board. This will include a road closure on Park Avenue from 3rd Court to Oak Avenue. Relevant background information is enclosed in your packet. I just will note that as prior discussed and approved with the commission, Park Avenue, Oak Avenue, and Bell Booth Place are currently closed due to the ongoing construction of Area 012. So until such time as that construction is done, this market, the farmers market, will remain on Harrison Avenue. So that would apply to this permit as well. Again, only until such time as those 3 roads are open. The goal was to have them open in advance of December, but we ran into, and we've shared this with the public and the Downtown Improvement Board, but they ran into some stormwater challenges and some underground communication challenges around Park and Oak, kind of more on that west side of McKenzie Park. They're working those through, and we do expect this to kind of wrap up around the end of January. So we're really talking about maybe 4 to 6 weeks at the most for this to remain on Harrison Avenue to 2026, and then at such time they will move to the location that you'll be approving today. Staff recommendation through the PCR Director and the City Manager's Office that the Commission approves this with the caveat for Harrison Avenue until 012 construction is done. Mr. Mayor?
So I would like to motion that we extend their current permit to stay on the street until, or I guess until March 1st, because we don't know if there's going to be any more delays with the,
I would not say a date. I would state as soon as I get the all clear from from Public Works, they need to be directed to move back to Park Avenue, unless y'all want to extend it even further beyond that. I mean,
Hey, Brian, how about no later than March 1st? Because we were supposed to be done with this before the holiday season. And let's at least give them, I like your idea, no later than.
yeah, let's do that. Let's extend their current permit till March 1st, and then we'll readdress this as it comes back up.
Right, and take no action on this one today, correct?
No, the motion is to extend their permit, because I believe their permit, it does expire, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It does.
I actually don't even know if the permit even says Harrison Avenue. I think we relocated it because of.
No, it says Harrison, doesn't it? And it's date specific to go back to McKenzie Park. Doesn't it? Pretty sure.
Well, we're looking at the current.
Either way, we've got,
Yeah.
it's there. And Brian's point is we need something that says they're there and it's okay for them to be there.
Yes.
And that's a good motion. And it has a date no later than. So now when the city knows that they've got to get something done, and this special permit should be taken up when they're back there, so that it's in accordance with them being there, rather than a hypothetical of when and if. Is kind of how I see it.
Yeah, I agree.
Sounds good. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
So I just want to be clear, though. So just so staff, because we're going to get a lot of questions, and I know there's a lot of opinions downtown. So, yes, our goal is to have it done right before Christmas, but we ran into some stormwater challenges that were unexpected, as I shared.
Yeah.
So they're in the process of rectifying those, and we expect to be done mid to end January. If that does happen, they're still allowed to stay on Harrison Avenue to March 1st, or do you want me to move them back to Park Avenue as soon as possible?
They can stay till March.
Stay till March 1st, copy that.
Yeah. Or they can go back, Jonathan. But for us to just not have a date in there now, it makes it hard to plan. Right, exactly. And what the city needs is a date to work towards, not an open date. And it helps the city staff work towards a date, in my opinion.
Sounds good. We have a motion.
Did that map go up on the screen? Because can you put that back up, please? Because it's already all planned out, just for the record. Everything's already planned out, so I'm happy with March 1st. I just want you to know we're ready to go as soon as we get the all clear on the construction. So.
March 1st. Sounds good.
Yep. Copy that.
Well, actually, March 1st actually falls on a Sunday. So what I'm saying is that March, they're only there Saturdays, right?
Right, so they'd be able to be there on February 28th.
Yeah.
March 1st works, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion.
Do we have a second?
Do we have a second? The fifth time. Do we have a second?
Oh, second.
I second that.
We got a second. All right,
Josh,
please.
you still with us down there?
I am,
Okay.
yes.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
I think I beat Janice in the second.
Yes.
Oh, okay, Robbie Hughes got it.
Commissioner Street?
Maybe so,
Yes.
maybe, just
Yes.
maybe snuck in there now, Janice.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, here we go.
Item 12G is consideration of a proposal from Catherine Shores and Jason Kretzer for the RFP PC 26-017 for the Breezeway property located at 447 Harrison Avenue. As background information, on October 17th, 2025, the city issued RFP PC 26-017 for the Breezeway property located at 447 Harrison Avenue. On November 17th, one proposal was received from Catherine Shores and Jason Kretzer. The proposal is included for your review. Staff requests direction regarding the submission of a proposal from Catherine Shores and Jason Kretzer for RFP PC 26-017, Breezeway property located at 447 Harrison Avenue. Mr. Mayor?
Yes. I love this idea. I'd love to see them have it and work down the goals, which is the pedestrian pathway and an ADA compliant bathroom, and activate more spaces and get it on the tax roll.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any other discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
And this is to bring back an agreement, correct? Along these lines?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. To
So
engage.
their
Yes.
proposals, thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Yep. So.
Build.
All right. 12H is consideration of approval of change order number 1 to Southern Construction for CDBG-DR Hometown Revitalization Program, Group GB, in the amount of $197,360.47. As background information, on October 23rd, 2025, the City Commission approved PC 25-047 Project HRP Group GB to Southern Construction in the amount of $460,698.50. A change order is necessary to put the remaining unallocated money for each business to do additional approved scope of work on the alternate bid, which was opened September 26th of 2025. The costs associated with this change order will be covered by the CDBG-DR Hometown Revitalization Program Harrison Avenue Grant. The business owners are Trick Daddy Properties, Purpose Brewed LLC, and the Manuel and Thompson Law Firm. Staff recommendation through the City Manager's Office is that the Commission approve change order number 1 to Southern Construction for the HRP Group GB project in the amount of $197,360.47. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, do I have a motion to accept?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I believe Mr. Zimmerman needs to address this item.
Please call the roll.
Yep. And the mayor will be abstaining from voting, just as he abstained previous when this issue came up, for the reasons stated in this, where it was a grant that had been applied to prior to running for office, and so that will be filed.
Has been filed.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
So
Commissioner Hughes?
I'll vote for Tricky Dicky.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh.
Because he said Trick. He said that's the name of his company.
It's Trick Daddy.
Oh, well, you know, it's somewhere in there.
Please tell me I didn't say Tricky Dicky. Okay, it's Trick Daddy Properties, just to be clear.
It's late. Robbie's having low blood sugar issues, apparently.
Hey, I'm
Give me the
almost.
Snickers.
Hey, if y'all keep going, I'm gonna walk in the door here in a minute and help y'all vote on the last couple. So, all right, I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger said he was a yes. Motion passes 4-0 with 1 abstention.
All right, I don't believe there is a budget amendment, so item number 12I is consideration to approve a 10-year agreement with Motorola Solutions for body-worn cameras for the Panama City Police Department. The agreement totals $875,000 for 96 body-worn cameras. As background information, the Panama City PD previously maintained a 5-year agreement for body-worn cameras, which was concluded in FY 2026. This new 10-year agreement with Motorola Solutions locks in current pricing for the entire term, includes a software and equipment refresh in year 5, and provides a full equipment warranty. Additionally, existing accessories and equipment such as mounts and chargers will be compatible with the new cameras, maximizing the department's investment. This agreement offers a cost-effective way to keep officers equipped with modern body-worn cameras that protect both the officers and our community. Staff recommendation to the Chief of Police is that the Commission approve this request. Mr. Mayor?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
12K.
All right. 12J was already addressed. 12K is consideration of approval and execution of the proposal from the Neighborhood Evolution for the properties located at 1300 Beck Avenue, which is 0.23 acres, and 1306 Beck Avenue, 0.83 acres, in the amount of $19,000. Excuse me. As background information, during the November 18th City Commission meeting of 2025, the City Commission voted unanimously to obtain a proposal from Neighborhood Evolution to provide pre-development advisory services for the infill lots for the properties located at 1300 Beck Avenue, 0.23 acres, and 1306 Beck Avenue, 0.83 acres, in the St. Andrews area. On December 5th of this year, Neighborhood Evolution submitted the attached proposal with a project total fee of $19,000. That's about $8,000 for 1300 Beck Avenue and $11,000 for 1306 Beck Avenue. Staff seeks direction from the Commission on this proposal and their funding preference for this particular project. We can either use the general fund, economic development, business services, or the St. Andrews CRA could potentially pay for it, or any other option that the Commission may choose. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I personally, I think we haven't gotten the P3 results we want. I think I'd like to try this as an experiment to see if we can't align goals of people who build things with us. And I'd love to see us either use the CRA fund or economic development fund.
How about we split it?
How about 60?
Let's make a deal. I think that's very reasonable. Yeah.
Question.
the
So
first
what,
of its
what is it
kind.
that we're trying to accomplish here? For somebody to tell us what we need to do to partner with somebody? Because we're not real good at that. And, or what needs to go on a piece of property? Can't we determine that? What's the goal here?
Yeah, the goal is to be a lot more like Greenville, which is when we have P3s, we get the results that we want, and this is, they're defining what we want. More the land development code, what spurs on, missing middle housing or whatever they come up with. And we get some confidence in that area of building things and moving forward.
Yeah, I think, I've been a part of, now, we've gone out twice on this specific piece of property for P3s, and we had a variety of issues and challenges with each one. So this is a bit of trying something new, so that we can get something ultimately that I think the community will support and spark and continue to spark redevelopment. My hope is that if this is successful, it can serve as a model for other areas of the city, which is the only reason why I said, hey, let's split it, because I do think that there's going to be other opportunities to use the same data that will be produced on this proposal to superimpose in other areas.
So in those opportunities that we presented to the public, have we said, here's our lot, and here's what we want, these are the 3 items that we will allow to go on there? Or have we said, y'all bring us something, and then we said, oh, we don't like that idea? I'm still trying. I get the idea of let's learn something, but have we asked the public to come to us with our idea, and has anybody else responded to that?
So
because I think that's what you're asking for.
Yeah, Robbie, I think this is to address exactly what you're saying. Like, too many times we throw out this big wide net and we say, hey, bring in every idea that you've got. And a lot of times those ideas are either bad ideas or we just don't like them for whatever reason. So this is actually working the process from, this is what we would like to see, and this is what feels like it makes the most sense. Is there anyone willing to do this thing? So, at least that's.
And I got to spend $19,000 in order to come up with that idea. I'm trying to understand where the 19. What's the value in the 19? When you just gave me an example that you and I can sit down and come up with 5 ideas for that lot, I would imagine.
That doesn't mean that it's going to meet market conditions. That doesn't mean it's going to be financeable. That doesn't mean any of those things. This is working from a group that specializes in these redevelopment projects. And they're going to be able to look through the lens, not just of, hey, this is a cool idea, we'd love to have a splash pad, but it also looks at the idea of, hey, what makes economic sense and fits into the planning process that the community's done as a whole.
And can we then own these plans that could be part of a playbook that we don't have to, there's another parcel of land that fits?
Yeah, I haven't even thought about that. That's a great idea.
Because we've talked about a playbook.
Yeah.
Making it easier. Some people are out there trying to figure out what to do with what, and what will we accept, and the zoning and all of that stuff. This can be, that's a value I see in it, beyond a $19,000 expense, Robbie, is that now we own them, and we can use them in other, would you say the same, Mr. Fuller, from a planning department perspective?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
I'd rather all the money come out of the CRA, because that's what the CRA is for, things like this. I'd rather not split it, but other than that, I'm very supportive of this, moving forward with this.
Yeah, I'm indifferent where the money comes from, just not general fund.
Yeah, I don't want it to come from
If it's
general
CRA, I'm totally cool with that.
Yeah.
Well, that's economic development funds. That's what they're budgeted for too.
Cool.
So, but I mean, look, it's $19,000. It's not going to break any project, one way or the other. But I mean, this can be a St. Andrews project, or it can be something broader, and I hope it's something broader. Is my hope.
Yes, Robbie.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm listening. Yeah.
I would have a motion.
I guess I'll motion that we approve it and pay for it out of the CRA.
Do I have a second? I'll second it.
I'll second that. What CRA? Out of Josh's?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to
It'd
be.
have to be the St. Andrews.
Genesis too.
St. Andrews.
Point of clarification for anybody who's watching, wherever we're going to spend the money, when it comes up to CRA, it is geo-locked to that CRA. So it would have to be the St. Andrews CRA.
Which
So I guess
is
that means
partially
that-
in Ward 2 as well now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I guess Janice and I will share the plans.
Yeah, there you go. Any other
Can have them
discussion?
in Ward 3.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Just clarification, this will go back to the CRA to consider and approve at its next meeting.
I know those guys.
We'll kick it back to the city.
No, it's only $19,000.
Oh, you could
That's
appro-
under my
oh,
level,
the-
yeah, because we don't have a CRA meeting till February.
Guys, I've heard it's only $19,000 twice. That's tax dollars, $19,000. It's $19,000, not only. Please.
The executive director, I apologize, has authority to go ahead and do that.
Oh, okay. So we'll ratify.
So,
All right,
no,
item,
he can do that.
Okay.
So it's done, if he agrees.
So Josh, clarify for me what you were saying about us sharing this?
I was just making a joke, Janice.
because the St. Andrews
It was
St.
just
Andrews
me.
CRA
Yeah,
is
it
in
was
Ward
just me,
4
sorry.
and 2,
Yeah.
because we pushed it east.
Too late for jokes.
Yeah.
13.
Yeah, so, wait, yeah,
Got it.
so if we're
Yeah.
sharing the CRA expense, both Ward 2 and Ward 3.
Just for the record, staff will share with any elected official the plans, not just with 2 of our commissioners.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'm looking out for you.
For a
So-
small fee.
All right, item 12L.
Hell.
12L is consideration of the vacant residential property at 1433 West 10th Court, parcel ID 19404-000-000 and its disposition. As background information, this small parcel is only .234 acres. The owner of the above referenced property, Michael Miller, had numerous code violations from 2019 to 2020. The violations included an unfit, unsafe structure, as well as maintaining a nuisance and overgrowth. The owner contacted the city to purchase the property due to its inability to bring the property into compliance as it suffered significant damage from Hurricane Michael, and he resides in another state. The property was purchased December 4th of 2020 for $21,000, including closing costs, and the total amount expended on this property to date is $31,569.59. Previously, under the last commission, staff were instructed to remove this property from the infill list due to its location, and appraisal was ordered and received with an estimated market value of $65,000. It went through an open auction before the city commission recently stopped using auctions for property sales, valued at $44,132 by the property appraiser. The high bid was $46,000 without a separate appraisal. Department head requested through logistics, commission provide direction on this parcel, but having conversations, city manager's recommendation would be to reject the high bid of $46,000 and instead sell this property utilizing the real estate company that we used. And I would recommend we just do maybe alphabetically. So, so we'll move forward with this particular piece of property and then just either that or draw a name out of a hat. I think alphabetical is reasonable, and then we'll just circle back around. So that's the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, the value of that dirt, I just happened to have closed on 3 lots over there not too long ago, each at $125,000 apiece, and very similar to this site. So I would like to ask that I would make a motion that we start with Corcoran Rubbery to provide us a market analysis on the lot and to list it to the open market for sale and negotiate the best deal possible for the city.
Who did you name?
Corcoran Rubbery is one of the
They're the
3.
first one, yeah. They're one of the 3.
And they're the first one?
C, they're
Yes,
the
sir.
first, yeah.
And we still have to approve the
And-
contract, correct?
We would have to approve the contract, yes, sir.
We'll bring that to the January 13th
for us to negotiate.
We
Yes,
have
sir.
we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second, but I'd like to discuss a
Yes,
little bit further.
go for it.
As I understand it, Jonathan, your intent here is to use the first group real estate, and then the next item that we have where we're selling real estate, you're going to use a different realtor down the list?
Yeah, whatever the alphabetical order is, to me, that's just a very objective way to do it. So,
Understood.
yeah,
I
so
just
that would be my,
I want to be very clear with the
Very
public
crystal
what is
clear.
happening here.
Yep.
Okay, so how does a real estate individual get on our list?
They don't.
We're
As a
gonna do
reminder,
that again. We're gonna have the RFP, I think in, what'd you say, Jonathan, maybe February, March?
Yeah, we'll look, so we put out an RFP and we received a number of folks and there were 3 recommendations and y'all approved those. What meeting, Sean? When did they approve the 3 real estate companies? I think it was October.
Yeah.
It was probably the second meeting in October. So y'all have already approved these 3? Yep, and
Any
so,
company can get all of Sean.
Any company can get a hold of Sean Self.
I'm sorry, what now?
Well, when the RFP goes out next time, Ryan, when the RFP
Yeah.
goes out next, it will be, it'll be more public, I promise you. There won't be anybody asleep at the wheel from the real estate companies.
Yeah, what I don't want is the perception that we're choosing one particular company and just running with one particular company. That's what my concern
Well,
is.
we're running with 3 particular
Running with
companies.
3
Try being in my
That
spot.
responded to it, correct.
So if somebody wants to get onto our list, we would have to go back out to an RFP again.
Yes, correct. There's no reason to reach out to Mr. Self at this time.
Yeah.
When sometime in first quarter, we'll put out another RFP, and then we would love for as many folks as possible to respond. And then based on the analysis of those proposals, we'll bring those back to the commission to add to that list.
Sounds good. Please call the roll.
Great.
Wait, I just want to communicate, I love this, I'm excited about it. I'd like to see the same thing happen with some areas along 19th Street as well. And start doing this same process to get these lots back into the inventory for building housing and off of our maintenance plan.
Yes,
Okay, so, real quick, before we vote, my motion is that they provide a market analysis for us for the lot, even though we've had an appraisal done, I don't know when it was done. This is gonna be an analysis done of today's market conditions and today's value. So I don't know when that comes back to us, but if that's something that can be circulated and we can be okay with and not have to vote on to take it out to the market, I don't know. But I just wanted y'all to understand that the value is going to be created in my mind by the person that we've hired, do an analysis, give it to us, and we all come up with our asking price. It's going to be a for sale lot.
So the asking price is gonna come back to us that we're going to vote on?
I don't know. I'm asking. That's what I want to know, Alan, is she gives us a number and Jonathan circulates it. We all email back. Okay, we're good. Let's put it out for market. Because that's not something we have to vote on, is it?
It's a contract, and it might be over $100,000.
Robbie, can we do a black sheep listing where there's no market price in there, we're just accepting offers?
That's not a practice I subscribe to, so I can't, I don't,
Commercial.
I wouldn't recommend that. So, it's not fair negotiations to a buyer and seller. So, it's doing a CMA, Alan, is going to be ultimately way cheaper, like $0, and 2, way faster. So if we said, I guess the question is, do we have to vote on the number that is given to us? Because we don't vote on it unless it's a contract coming to us. There's a difference, okay? An offer price to us versus a market price to the public. Which one do we have to vote on?
Whatever you'd like. What's your motion?
My motion was for her to do a market analysis, give it to Jonathan. We're okay. We okay it. Just through an email. Yes, we're okay with that. And anything that comes back, we're going to have to vote on that contract for sale or purchase. Yes.
Do we what now?
Robbie's saying we're going to okay.
Can we do that through an email?
Is that a process?
With the elected body, no, we can't do business through email with the elected officials. No, Mr. Zimmerman.
Okay.
So we could do
How do we set a price is the question then.
Okay, so then we can do a competitive market analysis. We vote on the first meeting in January.
Or just empower me.
What?
Empower me.
Let's do the first one, bring it back here.
Empower.
Let's just,
Throw it on consent.
yeah.
Do you under-
So we're gonna do a CMA with Cochrane. They're gonna come back to us, and it's gonna be in the consent agenda in January.
And if everybody's comfortable with that process, I think we should duplicate it.
Okay, Robbie, is that your motion?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, that's my motion.
I'll second that.
All right, do we have any other further discussion?
Yes, I would like to say that there are parcels, a lot of them, and we've got a group of incremental development, small-scale developers that are interested in what we do. And I want to make sure this process doesn't exclude them, or want to make sure that we have some parcels available for this group that's ready to do small-scale development.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned area. I mentioned there's a very small number of lots that are available on 19th Street.
Any other discussion?
I'll just add, as I've mentioned to all of y'all individually, privately, that I do plan at the first meeting in January to bring all of the unsolicited proposals that logistics and purchasing has been organizing. And a lot of these parcels will be a part of that as well. So look forward to having that discussion at the January 13th meeting.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
12M.
All right, item 12M is a report on and discussion of the downtown marina wet slips construction, cost estimates for necessary infrastructure construction, the FEMA timeline, and future P3 options. You have a memo from staff that was requested by the by the elected officials in regards to some of the cost estimates. We do have a map that we'll put up in a second that shows what infrastructure is out on there right now. After one-on-one meetings, I did get some additional numbers. A couple of y'all had different questions. But I think before that, I know Mr. Zimmerman wants to give a brief update to consider redefining the relationship with City Marina Partners. If that's okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Just in light of the action of the City Commission, and the action was to bid out for contract the construction of the Phase 1, which would be the 50 slips, and then fund that through the initial bank loan that we have, and then that would be paid back within 2 years. But based on that action, there were three questions that came to mind as we thought through it. One is, does the city desire CMP or one of its owners to bid on the construction of the Phase 1 project? And I'm certain the answer is yes, but I wanted to ask that. Number two, does the city desire CMP to remain as the city's selected firm pending a determination by the city as to its desired uplands development? And the question to that is that CMP was selected back in, I think it was in May of 2024, and then in June of 2024, an interim agreement was entered into. And the selection wasn't for the interim agreement. The selection was to negotiate a public-private partnership to build the marina and operate it. That we have been pursuing that since that time, and as recently, of course, have received different proposals from CMP for the global approach. The commission determined, and in the interim agreement, there was some initial work for a fueling station. I believe that all that has been completed and paid for. And then there was also some design work. The design was more conceptual because St. Joe had been hired to do the design work, but then also to assist in permitting. In that agreement, it says that if the parties fail to reach a mutually agreeable long-term relationship, then the city will reimburse CMP for all reasonably incurred engineering and consultant costs associated with the design and permitting of the basins at actual cost plus 20%. I don't know what that is. We haven't tried to determine that, because unless it is the relationship is terminated, then they would, if they remained as the selected firm, they could be told, obviously they have been told, we're not at this time prepared to act on any of the proposals you've made, but once the city has a clear vision of the uplands, it could then pivot and ask CMP, do you have a proposal to make before we open this up? Or the city could also desire, you may desire to go ahead and terminate the existing RFP process at this time. Don't know that you have to, but that you certainly can at any time. And if that is the action you'd like to take, then we would get in contact with CMP and determine if there are any costs that they've incurred that they, under their interim agreement, they would be entitled to reimbursement. So real quickly, does the city want CMP to bid? If so, I think it'd be appropriate to say yes. We would appreciate CMP or any of the owners, such as the Gormans. We would appreciate them bidding, regardless. Then number two, do you want to think about whether or not they remain as a selected firm until sometime in the future, or do you desire to terminate the RFP process at this time? And you don't have to take action at this meeting, but obviously I would request you take action before the bids are on the street. We did not receive yet the St. Joe design, but we expect it any day. And once that's received, and it's hopefully by the first of the month, next month, there'll be a process, the bids will be, or the bid specs will be on the street, and then bidding would come in first part of February.
I'll start with my perspective. My perspective is, you know, if we keep lingering on, I think we're giving, you know, maybe potentially false hope to CMP. And I mean, I would love them to, you know, the Gormans to bid on the project and for construction. You know, but also it leaves this kind of limbo piece that I think people are going to question whether or not, well, we're just going through a step to go back to that step, you know, like that. And I don't know that I want to have that kind of lingering over our conversations to come publicly. So that was just kind of my first thoughts.
Agreed.
My first thought, my question, Nevin, is if we terminate our agreement with them, and put it out for bid, what legal ramifications, if any, does the city take on for, say, bad faith negotiations? You know, or are there any? Is that a possibility for us? That's the first question. And second question is, where are we are we square with them on everything on St. Andrews is what I'd like to know before we enter into any agreement where we're going to pay anybody any money. Are we square of where we are on St. Andrews to move forward if we were going to enter into an agreement of that nature down here?
Okay. As far as St. Andrews goes, I'll start with that question. I don't know, but this came up a couple of weeks ago or last week, and I know that we've been getting information on that issue, and it relates to an electrical panel and the cost for that. I don't know, and obviously this is why we have brought this up this meeting. Before you take action definitively in January, we should be able to know exactly as far as what that issue is. But I did hear about it, and I know that Mr. Murphy is investigating it now. As far as I believe that the city has been negotiating in good faith, and in fact a year longer than what was anticipated. And I know since June, actually, there have been tremendous amount of time and efforts in trying to come up with an agreement with CMP. In other words, there's been proposals, there's been different options, we've looked different term sheets, and so I don't believe that anyone can bring a lawsuit, but I don't believe it would be meritorious to object to the city's good faith, which is its obligation to, in good faith, work through this. I believe the interim agreement probably terminated a year ago, but both parties continued to work toward a long-term agreement, even though the interim agreement had terminated. But that doesn't mean that we probably owe them something pursuant to that interim agreement, because I know that they were instrumental, CMP, in getting in that permit exemption for the first 50 slips. And I know they've done work even on an overall permit, but couldn't do much definitively because the overall design hadn't been completed. So that is something we'd need to pursue.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Do we know what the cost is based on this clause from the interim agreement, section 5? What the actual cost plus 20% is?
No, but I suspected that would come up, and so I don't know the answer, but the commission would probably want to know by the first meeting in January. And so I would go back and indicate that the commission is interested in, do you have anything that you'd like to submit that we can look at in preparation for that meeting? So I will do that.
So do you need a vote for that, Nevin, or just is that request enough?
That request is enough.
Okay.
And I can bring that back and then we can talk about it further.
I wish we had a plan to pay for it.
That would be very nice.
My sticking point is that we do not have a plan to pay for all of what is in the proposal. That's what was the reason why we went with CMP in the first place, is because we didn't have the money to pay for the 50 slips. And in my opinion, we still don't have the money to pay for the 50
Well,
slips.
and even the conversation 2 weeks ago was not about the whole marina going back together perfectly and amazing. So that conversation, that ship has sailed. And we should be looking at how we do things slowly over the course of 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, that's the reality, especially as we get through and get off the loans with the SRF fund and things like that. It's just going to be slow and less than ideal. And the kind of conversations I have with staff are things like that. The idea that we go build bathroom facilities probably ain't going to happen. It probably has to be PCPD's trailer that they have for bathrooms or some other temporary use. And we go super slow. There is a path of funding the first 50 slips either through FEMA, I'd love to know that timeline potentially, using FEMA money, or CRA bonding money, and then after the charrettes, we can actually run the math as to say what buildings, because we heard the public say that they would be willing to see buildings again, especially in the same footprint that was there before. You can do the math on that to say what will the CRA make from this building, and then someone goes and builds it, and then you go borrow off that with the CRA, and that pays for subsequent slips and sidewalks. But we have to get super duper scrappy and not doing anything unless it's absolutely necessary. To the extent of bathrooms that are temporary, if any. Pump out boat, if any. I mean, if this was my marina and it was Allen's marina, it would be, you might have to pump out in St. Andrews. And I know we have a boat that can handle pump outs. It might need to be a thing where we say, we just get the promenade around just that one section. I mean, just around the basin, and that's it. Not the full marina. We just go inch by inch, it's a cinch. And that's the approach.
Incremental progress. Okay. And that's what I said to Jonathan when I got the cost things. I said, well, maybe we don't do the full promenade. Maybe we only do the next section. Yeah. And then we keep going from that standpoint. So, I mean, I think to say me personally, where I was, I would have entertained any option that just had it focus on just the slips itself. But when we opened it up to the upland stuff, that's when everything was kind of like a timeout piece. And so, anyway, so for me, I like to just hey, look, let's communicate, move forward, settle up whatever needs to be settled up. And I hope that the Gorman team does bid. on the project, because I think they're a great marine contractor, and then we continue to go to the next step after that. No, I don't have.
All
any
right, so
answers,
so I'd like to think about that. Since we're going to slow roll it, can we go ahead and let's go ahead and get the engineering and the design done for all the utilities, everything that we asked for CMP. Let's go ahead and get that cost factor, because one of the things that was not good enough for our commission was an estimate of all of that. If we couldn't let other people spend their money on our asset, can we go ahead and get that design done? And we put out 2 bids. Well, one bid that's 2 things: the 50 slips and all the utilities, and that includes promenade lights, utilities, concrete, all of what we're expecting, so we can see the overall picture. Because then we'll, like Alan said, if it's going to take a while, we'll know how many millions of dollars we have to come up with in order to get the whole project done. And that way it's not a surprise. And we may never build it, but at least we know we know what the real cost is. Because that's the most secure way to look at and spend taxpayer dollars, is to know upfront what the total cost is.
I agree with that. Even if we don't
How do y'all feel about that?
we still know the cost.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And to me, it's a super scrappy approach, and we have more clarity after the charrettes of what the citizens want to, if anything, be built on the marina.
And that has nothing to do with the uplands there, no, Mayor. That's just about underground,
So what's the takeaway? What does staff need to move forward?
Do you have clarity? You need a motion.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. That was very succinct. I will flag the police trailer's not really an option because it's not ADA compliant. So I know that's just, it's not ADA compliant.
I think that was just an example. Can I make a motion that staff be directed to engineer and design, and if they are not capable, we put it to one of our current engineers for all the utilities from Harrison's forward to cover all of that will engineer for all of the slips, 200, not just 50, okay? And that all the lights, the promenade, the railing, the water, the sewer, all the concrete, that price be put out for bid along with the 50 slips. When that is back, we then have a conversation about how do we move forward, and by then we'll be sure to have the drawings back from St. Joe, and I don't think these utilities engineering or drawings are going to take that long. So that would be my motion, is that we do that first and get that number back just as soon as possible, and I'll let y'all figure out what motion, how to work with CMP, but that's going to help everybody, but most importantly, it's going to help the taxpayer.
So are you saying delay the bidding of the slips until the engineering's done on everything else?
Well, yes, sir, because you have to have the engineering, you have to have the utilities, not partially. You have to have all the utilities for 50 slips laid in the ground. And you're not going to put the utilities for 50 slips in the ground and then come back and tear it up when it's time to build another 150. So you need to go ahead and engineer all of the utilities so that you can put those in the ground. And when you do, and you lay them over, you put concrete over it, now you don't have to come back and dig that up when it's time to go forward.
I would do the opposite. Instead of spending millions of dollars on infrastructure that never gets used and generates revenue, I would cut the little $30,000 in sidewalks instead of sitting on millions of dollars.
But by getting the engineering done, Mayor,
yep,
you know what the cost is. We need to know what that cost is up front.
Yeah,
not some of it. We need to know all of that.
We're going to go, because we can't go spend tens of millions of dollars.
We just need to know what it is.
So we could borrow off of Truesdale too, which is sort of like, how much is the rail in total, but how much would it be for X section? How much would it be for the whole promenade? Okay, how much for just this section? And we have both the large cost and the incremental cost.
I did get the answer to that, Mr. Mayor. You asked what it would take. Go and put that up, please, Mr. Schwartz.
It's also very weird in government to be like, here's our estimate. Now we like some bids.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, tell us how much you would.
Well, it does. You get a rough order of either from architects or engineers. It's to kind of give you a ballpark on what to budget for it. But if we did do kind of just a backwards L around the West Basin, of the promenade extension off of kind of coming behind Harrison's and Hotel Indigo, it's about $937,000 rather than the 3.5 for the entire promenade. So that would basically come down that would be kind of the right edge of the west basin or the left basin, and then that bottom part. So basically all around the 50 slips. One thing we did realize is that, we do want to have probably the wired lights or get lights that can be shut off, as we realized in the drone show. Extending exactly what's around Indigo and Harrison's is what would be recommended, but that would be,
See, I wouldn't do that. That's like best case scenario. We can afford those things, and we're not in that scenario. To me, those would be really great for the boaters, but unfortunately, this is just what we have. And so, I would be going as scrappy as we get. And I would say all the things is, will someone literally not rent the slip if we don't have this thing? That's how businesses think. It's not about would be nice and we don't want to come back later. It's literally what is, in software we call this MVP. It's minimal viable product. What is actually viable? Not what's going to get us top rate and the best rate and the coolest. It's what will actually create revenue.
Yeah, so I would draw attention. So I'm assuming this is the plan and proposal?
no, this is what we have.
Okay, so
This is
what's there right now.
This is what's there right now. The mayor asked
So
to
we've got
put
a
up
water
what we
line,
had.
the 2-inch water line. We've got, is that sanitary sewer? Yeah, we got an 8-inch sewer main, so there's already sewer that's out there, pretty close to where this would go. And we've got stormwater taken care of. Is that the?
Well, you would
fantasy?
need some additional stormwater. It's always going to be treatment and not necessarily attenuation. So, if you come in, we would recommend capturing some of that through like a couple of bay savers. That's what we've mentioned in here, the bare minimum at 250.
Is a
we
bay
kind of
saver
truck some-
required?
No, it's not required. It's just
Okay.
all that stuff that's washing
I
into
think
the
that's
bay, it
what
will
I,
catch it. Yeah.
that's what I'm echoing, what the mayor's saying is what is the bare minimum so that we can get an operational 50 slips like that. That to me, I could support going out to engineering to do. I could support to go, to do those things. But what I see is we're doing this incremental creep, which is in good intention. I mean, like to have better lighting, to have, to have better stormwater treatment. All of those are good intentions. But what I'm concerned about is showing progress and having something operational at the end of it. I'm not saying you don't design the thing, but I wouldn't go out to bid for those items because, truthfully, is where does the money come from? And we don't have that question, that answer.
Yeah, my joke when people say,
But with all due respect, the vote last time created this need. Okay, we don't have the money to build the slips, but we also need the utilities in order to build the slips. So we have to put out for bid. And we all agreed at one point in time, the city wasn't going to do all this stuff. We weren't going to participate. We weren't going to build. We weren't going to operate. We weren't going to do. We weren't going to do.
No, you did.
And we had that conversation. And now here we are. In order to have a better marina, we're going to have to hire somebody else. In order for the city to do it, we have walked back out. We'll do it piecemeal. People don't want a piecemeal marina. People spend a lot of money on boats.
And what I would say is in my next portion of what I did, if somebody wants to make us an agreement based upon just the slips, then we would already be in that. So it's not an aspect. We never went down a path of committing, hey, we're going to do 300,000 square feet of uplands. That never came in any conversation. And so I think that we just need to stay focused on what's next and move to the next thing.
What I hear from people is go slow and incremental. It's okay. Even the other deals, there was money we had to come up with. And so I'm in favor of as narrow of a scope as we can get to start building. And I'm not gonna go spend $10 million on infrastructure for things that might be built one day that we don't even know. I don't think so. If we want to figure out what power is absolutely needed for 50 slips and how much water is needed for 50 slips, if it needs water, I want to see the marinas who don't have water on everyone. Is there a marina that you have to go fill your tank up at the spigot?
That's a negative.
Well, I can guarantee I can find one in the state.
Hi, how are y'all? By the way, I was on I-10 and 95 when this meeting started, okay, in Jacksonville.
You didn't speed, did you? He absorbed the speed limit.
My girlfriend drove, and she is sitting out there, and she does not speed. So we got here under speed limit and in the time it takes to get from Jacksonville to here.
So I like what all y'all are saying because it moves us forward. The problem I still have is we don't have any idea how we're going to pay for this, and that's really where I'm stuck. We have this dramatic shift away from what we were doing 2 years ago, and we're doing this shift without a plan to pay for it. That's really where I'm.
Well, we still don't know I still don't know definitively how long it will take to use the FEMA money. Is that an option on the slips? And if so, what is the process? That may be 18 months. I don't know. And so to me, the options are CRA borrows the money to build it, or we use FEMA money, or a combination of both. Those are my
I mean, the
options.
CRA funding is eligible as is today for doing infrastructure stuff. So there's your stuff for getting your lines and everything else that are out there. As far as the slips, it may be the FEMA route on it. And I mean, and then we go through that process and that's what it is. I don't have all the answers, but I do know, I feel very clear, go out for the 50. You're gonna get a real construction number. So we're gonna know what the actual slip price is. We're gonna know what those costs are. And then we have a whole conversation of what if it's, we just went out to bid on certain projects. We've had them come in 50% less than what we anticipated. And then we've had other projects that came in 50% more than what we anticipated. So that's a different, estimates are just estimates.
But
once
answer
we
me
get
this
out,
riddle.
like we'll know.
If we can't be okay, really, if you can't be okay with somebody spending their money as an estimate, why is it okay for us to spend tax dollar money as an estimate? Meaning, we can put out for bid only the 50 slips. The numbers that staff put together, I think are ridiculously low. I appreciate their opportunity to work on it, but I've gone to people in the marine business, none of that are associated with CMP, and worked on these figures. Okay, the concrete itself, and we won't use asphalt. Concrete itself, between $6 and $8 million. Okay, because it's $4 million. Now that's to concrete the marina. It's not asphalt.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that. I don't know why we're talking about that.
Because that's what we asked. That's what made this whole thing blow up, was the non-revenue money that we had to have.
I've not asked CMP to do concrete
We
everywhere.
did.
I have not.
Okay, part of
That's
covering
not even
that
a
up.
conversation.
When we said $10 million, that's part of that $10 million.
I never said and I get it, and that's why I said
That's why
cool,
I'm asking.
not
We
concreting
need
anything.
all of those
the only
costs
concrete we're talking
now.
about. Concrete's very easy. You can just estimate per yards. All I'm talking about is doing a little promenade right now. That's all I'm not talking about concreting everything. That's not in the conversation I've ever had.
Okay.
Never.
So are we going to have a marina, or are we going to have a stop-in? We've gone from marina to, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
This is the show place in downtown Panama City. And and we're going to go to the bottom.
The idea that we would go with a partner and they would just magically do everything is not a reality.
We've got away from that. We've got away from that.
Yeah, that's not a reality. We've moved from that.
Okay.
And so we're trying to find a feasible approach to getting 50 slips open. If you want to run a slip here, you're going to be parking in gravel. That's going to be the mindset. Yes, you're going to be parking in gravel for the next couple of years. And we're going to have to go incrementally and slowly, or we have to do a P3 with partners. Those are the two options. That's the two options. And what I'm hearing from the public is going slow and understanding the process and getting the bids and not going vast and fast.
And what I've offered is to go slow. It is to engineer all the utilities, is to put out for bid all the utilities along with the 50 slips. There's nothing fast about that, I promise you. It is delaying it, okay? But last meeting's vote created the need for the city to know the real costs, because it shifted from private dollar being spent to 100% citizen tax dollar being spent. And I cannot support something that does not give me the broad picture. When we're talking 2 commas out of the blocks, we have to be able to say to the people, it's $10 million, it's $5 million. But if we say it to the point of Glenwood today, they feel like that they got hoodooed when the money showed up after the payday pay to play thing. How about we show up and say it's going to be $2 million and then it's 15? And we don't, and it's
I would be in
it's an
favor of
exaggeration.
giving- I would be in favor, so let's not do exaggerations. That's one
Okay,
issue we
if
have.
it's not $2,
verbal
if it's not $2 million, it's fine.
So we want to do, I'm willing to do, what is the big infrastructure, big picture, but what is the bare minimum to get us going?
You can
in a
get both of
scrappy-
those.
I'm happy to get
You
both
can
of
get
those.
both of those.
And that way we have both those, and I'm fine with that. But I want to be moving forward. I want to know what the 50 slips cost. 50 slips for $4.5 million bucks. I got in the wrong business. That is a strong bid. I would love to see those bids because that is parking garage.
But
costs.
Alan, that's also running all the copper wire. That's 400 feet. I
No,
mean, there's
that's
a
actually
lot.
not. So we have necessary infrastructure. Right here in the packet, it says 4.5 for slips, for 50 slips. And then the necessary infrastructure for electrical is 1.5 million. I question all these numbers. I
So
want to
do
know
I.
exactly.
Because they don't build marinas.
Yeah, I want to know,
You ask the staff to
and
give you
so
numbers.
I think we're agreeing that we want to know the real numbers of someone who's willing to pay for that. I hope you hear me. I'm echoing yes. I want to know what the costs are. Not that I'm going to go trigger to go build all the electrical, but I want to know what it's going to cost to get the 50 slips going and the big picture. I think that's
All right, so I do have a motion on the table.
I'm confused. Yeah, there is a motion on the table. So is
There
there?
was a second?
I don't know, there was a second to be able to discuss it, I think.
Second, it was, it died.
Then it died.
It's almost 9 o'clock.
So I felt like we were clear 2 weeks ago when it said go out to bid on the 50 slips. Like I felt like that was still very clear in the instruction.
And that's what I'll do. I haven't got the plans. I expect them any day now from St. Joe. And staff will prioritize between Public Works, legal, and purchasing to have those out. If we can get out before Christmas, we will. And unless y'all change any direction tonight, staff is moving forward without delay on getting the 50 slips out to bid.
Then the question that Nevin had is really the question of, do we want the partner to continue in waiting? Do we want to cut the partner now, settle up with whatever's left to be settled up with? And would we like that partner to bid? And specifically with me, yeah, of course, I want the Gormans to bid on the Maria thing. I want everybody to bid on the Maria thing. So, but that's all that I understood from that, and I'm fine settling up. So, I mean, that's.
Yeah, my only issue with selling right now is we may find in April when the shreds happen that there's an amount of buildings that CMP is like, gosh, that looks great. We would love to do something for that. And so I'm fine with either option. I don't want to leave them hanging, but I also don't want to be beholden to anybody when we're having new conversations. And so I'm willing, I just want to move forward with some stuff. And so I'm willing to hear if they have costs associated and what those costs are, bring those back in January.
Okay.
Whose costs?
CMP for the permit. Okay. So I'll motion to get the monetary amount from CMP to settle up on their and what expenses they've
interim
incurred
agreement.
on the interim agreement.
And if you might want to add and clearly allow CMP or any of their owners to bid.
Absolutely.
Yes, and clearly allow CMP or any of their owners to bid on the project.
All right, we have a motion and a second?
Who seconded?
No, wait, I said, do we have a second?
Oh,
Seriously?
about me.
Second. All right, any discussion?
And what's the motion?
Just
The motion is to settle up with CMP on the interim agreement and allow CMP or any of their owners to bid on the project.
To clarify, it was to bring back a price of what that settle up is.
Right.
Okay, so let's just bring back the price because you're also going to bring back in January where we are in St. Andrews with them.
Oh, yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So just to be clear, we're in an agreement right now where I believe we're not settled up with them, and we're entering into possibly another agreement where we're going to have to pay somebody that I don't think we're fully paid on right now. Just want to be clear about that.
This motion
That's
doesn't address our relationship with CMP, correct?
I
It
didn't
is
hear
not.
consensus on that, so I didn't add
I'm
it
just
to
making sure I
that.
understand the
So
motion.
I just left that with the things I felt like there were consensus on.
There's two things. One is CMP was the selected vendor or the selected proposer. After that, an interim agreement was entered into. It's kind of separate from being the selected proposer. What I heard from this motion is that the commission would like to terminate the interim agreement. And to do that, that just means that we need to find out if there's any money that's owed, and we settle up. And that does not take, it would take a different action to say, let's stop the RFP process. In other words, you're no longer the selected vendor. We're going in a different direction. That wasn't, I believe, in the motion. That can be discussed in January if you would like to.
Okay. So we'll get numbers
Is that clear?
That's
Okay.
it is.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
I'm voting just to get numbers brought to me. Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, 12N.
Hold on, I'd like to make a motion. What about the slips? What about the utilities? We're just letting that ride until January?
Slips are going out for bid.
No, sir. We have some expenses, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, that we
I agree on
have
the
to spend
design
in
side.
order to build slips.
Can you guys bring us back how about this? How about this? Motion that staff brings us back a price on design for the infrastructure components.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Design
that?
for what?
For the infrastructure components
For the
needed
entirety of it, right?
for the marina.
Are you talking
That's-
50 slips or the entire?
That's what you have in this memo. And we worked with Gorman.
How much is it?
Yeah,
So these numbers came from
Gorman, yeah. Our engineers just, obviously our engineers know what it costs to run up this feet for 8-inch, 4-inch sewer lines in a water main, but they did work with Gorman. Mr. Murphy, our Public Works Director, is the project manager for the St. Andrews
Is there
Marina
design
Partnership.
that needs to be done, and can that be done in-house?
There's not a design.
No, there's not a design. It would have to be done, but we can do the utilities. We would have to work with FPL on the electrical design.
Okay.
An electrical contractor. We could do the utilities. We could do any of the necessary stormwater type stuff, and we could also do the promenade stuff if we want to do any of that. That stuff is basic. It's the electrical we'd have to bring in outside.
And
I
Mr.
do
Murphy
know,
was given that information from the Gormans, or did the Gormans not give that to him? Which one, Mr. Murphy? You asked for information from the Gormans?
Yes, I did.
And did you get it from them?
Yes.
They gave you their numbers?
Specific to the electrical. For engineering design, I use just a unit cost estimate.
He should, yes.
and I do know from the St. Joe Company, because I did talk to Mr. Murphy, they're putting, they will bring any and all utilities for the 50 slips will basically come through the bulkhead into our right-of-way on the marina, and so we will have to get water and any necessary sewer or electricity to that point.
So what would be helpful to create clarity so that you guys bring us back a plan to get the infrastructure designed so that we can actually get out to bid, like Robbie's asking? Did my
For the
motion?
utilities. Yeah, we could work on that.
Okay,
We'll bring back a proposal for that at the January 13th meeting.
thank you. So.
But that's
would you like-
separate from
would you
the
like a-
50, but that's separate from the 50 slips is my
Do
understanding.
you feel like you need a motion and a?
I think providing clarity and knowing what the board feels would be
So-
prudent.
So I'll motion that staff brings us back a proposal on the design of the infrastructure needs that are on the downtown
Do
marina.
we exclude any of the promenade?
That includes. Second?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I would say that includes.
Maybe the bare minimum of the promenade
That
around
would
the
be,
50
that
slips.
would be the promenade, the lights, the railing, the utilities, and the concrete surface. That's the required utilities. Does not mean we have to spend all that money. It just means, here's the big picture, here's the big number we have to hit if we're gonna do it all.
As long as it's itemized.
By the foot.
Is my motion clear enough?
It's clear. I mean, with the exception of the promenade, that's what we have here, but understood. We'll drill down a smidge more.
So your motion includes what Commissioner Hughes, that list he just rattled off?
Jonathan?
I believe. I'm asking Jonathan to
Oh,
make sure that
Yes.
did that include what Robbie was saying?
I believe it was. I mean, we're talking about just doing the promenade, basically the minimum right around the west basin.
No,
for the
Jonathan, listen,
slips.
the entire promenade, all the concrete, all the utilities, all the lights, all the railing.
I didn't make the motion.
That's part of the motion that I'm asking. So and what she was asking is, that's what I would like for it to be included. That's the big picture.
Yes, sir.
Then we can come back to the right around the West Basin, because we'll know the
So
real
how about-
numbers of the
how
big
about-
picture.
how about I
Yes,
change
sir.
my
The big
motion?
picture is $10 million.
Yeah,
Made the
that-
motion,
yeah.
if it
Thank you for
included
asking for clarity.
What he said.
What I would say is bring us back two options, one on the bootstrap option, one on what Robbie's saying.
But for my clarification,
Yeah.
is this a motion to come back hiring, how that's going to be accomplished as
Yeah,
far
it
as
could be
hiring
in-house,
an
yeah,
engineer?
in-house,
Could be
it
a
could be
combination.
outside, you know, a combination.
And so the notion is that the only way we know exactly what the costs are to bid it out. But this is, what we're asking is, how will you get the engineering design done? And that will be considered, and then we go forward getting the cost. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It does. And I think to Robbie's point, it's good to look at the whole picture.
Right.
But there's also this need to
Sure.
focus on trying to get 50 done as well. So
But you look at the whole picture, and then you look at segregating.
Yes, thank you.
Potentially. Okay.
Jan, can you repeat the motion, please?
This is what I have. I have for the manager to bring a proposal for the design of the infrastructure needs and the entire promenade. And and to bring two options. One, the bootstrap method, and the second is full bore.
Hey, Jen, let me clarify. So to bring back the design with a phasing approach.
A phasing approach.
Phasing approach.
That's good.
All right, any other discussion?
Just, given the holidays, it might have to be the second meeting in January. We'll try our very best, but the deadline is January 5th to have all the agenda items for it, so we'll do our best. It might have to be the second meeting in January.
Yeah, that's really tight.
It will be one of those two.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Motion to adjourn.
No, we're not done yet.
Item 12N is after our town hall that we had the first Saturday of December, we got some feedback from the public. So I'm just requesting that the commission direct me on their behalf, hopefully unanimously, to send in a letter to FDOT requesting a pedestrian crosswalk mid-block as appropriate in between Frankfurt and Lisenby on 15th Street, or known as US 98, and also on Chestnut Avenue in between Oaks by the Bay Park and Truesdale Park.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Action.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Motion to adjourn?
Is that a second?
Who seconded?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes? Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Granger.
Then I wasn't going to be there.
Did our, you guys